How you doing, Magic Creeper? Welcome on in. The first one in today. Welcome, welcome. How you doing, Violet? Welcome. Hello, hello. Alrighty. So, last time we left on Noita, which was not yesterday, but the day before that, we were doing a submerged world run, Surf's Up, and it was going really well. We had everything we needed. We were ready to kill Leviathan. We were on that final stretch. And then we had to go into a biome which froze my game multiple times, and we weren't able to continue. Now, from there, I decided, okay, it's fine. We'll just shut down the game, and I'll fix it when I have some of my own time. And I did. I tried, at least. So I tried loading up the game, and it was hard crashing every single time. Nothing that could be done. And then I tried relocating to 0-0, because I assumed that the physics in the surrounding area where I was spawning in was the problem. And while I do believe that that was the problem, changing my location to 0-0 did not solve the problem. Which means that, you know, I had to start getting a little bit desperate and try all sorts of different things to try and recover the save. And I did. I tried, like, changing some of the game file stuff. I tried turning off mods that I had on at the time. And nothing worked. So, that means that our best run of the Surf's Up mod is dead. There's no way of recovering that run. It's just completely destroyed. And I still have the continue button here. I'll show you what happens when I click it. So this is what happens. This is my location set to 0-0. I couldn't get it working for the life of me. Like we get the cursor, and then it crashes. And that has happened to me every single time I've tried to get it going. And I spent like a couple hours on this trying to get it functional. So I do believe that I must pronounce the run dead. It's not technically a loss, but it is like the whole run is gone. So like I guess it is a loss, kinda. It does suck regardless, but, you know, it's fine. We'll have an opportunity to update to the later version of Surf's Up, which will have, like, a bunch of new options, and it'll basically just make the whole experience probably a lot more fun. So I'm gonna be doing that, not tomorrow, but on Sunday, we're gonna be doing some more modded stuff. And, yeah, I've got some stuff that I want to set up this Friday. I'm gonna hopefully have like a cool event planned for you, not for this next Sunday, but for the Sunday after that. I've got some really cool ideas in the pipeline for Noita. I think that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, how you doing, Kopi? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody lurking, everybody chatting is doing good. I have been having a pretty good time. Yesterday, I decided to take the day off because I hadn't had like a day where I wasn't working on like something. You know, I'm always working on something, right? Grandpa Game Hacker, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. How you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing, Shermader? Welcome on in. But yeah, yesterday I decided to take like a proper day off because I hadn't done that in a really long time, and I just felt like I needed it. You know, I am aware that burnout is a thing. Something that I don't really feel too often with streaming and all that, because, you know, I love what I do. I'm having a really good time with it, and I'm very motivated. But it's one of those things where it's, you know, you gotta take your time when you feel it, you know? I think that's important. Yeah, days off are necessary, as far as I'm concerned. And days you don't see me streaming are definitely not days off most of the time. They're just me working on other stuff more thoroughly. But anyway, I played like a crap ton of Monster Hunter. I went out and got sushi with Michaela. And at one point in the day, I'm like, all right, let's do like one little thing. So I went into my my business email, and I looked through there, and a couple days ago I had gotten an email about a sponsorship for a game. So basically, they'd pay me to play video game for like X amount of time. And like I've had like a million of these offers where it's just like, oh yeah, play Raid Shadow Legends for $1,000, or like play mobile game for $500, and like stuff like that. And I'm like, gross. That's really gross. I don't want to do that. But this time, it was with like an actual game, like with a real game that I actually wanted to play. So I'm like, beautiful. Let's do this thing. This is perfect. And they took like several days to get back to me, but eventually they did yesterday. And you know, it's a bit of a tight window because you know, there's like contract to sign, and we had to have that all set up for the 7th, which is tomorrow. And yeah, I'm kind of thankful I didn't stream yesterday, because I don't know if I would have gotten all that done if I you know, had like missed those messages, and it was like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and I'm answering these emails finally. So yeah, I think that you know, there was definitely a little bit of good luck in that regard. But yeah, I'm super excited for tomorrow, because you know, it's gonna be a brand new experience for me, doing a little sponsored segment. Hopefully everybody in chat is as excited about it as I am, because it's just like such a cool little thing. And you can see there that the game we're going to be playing is Have a Nice Death, and it's basically a roguelike version of it looks a lot like Hollow Knight. It's got some Hollow Knight vibes, some Guacamelee vibes potentially. It's like combat into like a boss fight, and you get like really cool little upgrades and that sort of thing. It's definitely my style of game, so I'm excited to mess around with that. And they do say platformer as well, so I'm excited to see some platforming in that. You've heard that name before? It looks cool. Yeah, it's one of those games where it's like I almost played it on my own a while ago, but yeah, it was just a little bit outside of my price range for the time being. But yeah, very, very fortunate to be approached by them. I'm excited. Very excited for that. Quick question about the overview. Did you disable it manually due to whatever issues you were seeing? I have not touched any of that, Half-Pro. If it randomly just like shut off, then that's definitely not something that I did, unfortunately. It just kind of happened. How you doing, Irid? You got your first win in SAP, didn't deserve it at all. I mean, SAP is a numbers game. Sometimes you just get a win. I've seen some pretty degenerate victories in Super Auto Pets. Every now and then you just come across like some real bad players, and you just got to take it, because sometimes you lose with amazing stuff, right? That happens too. But yeah, how is everybody doing today? That was just my quick little rant, I guess. Nothing too crazy. Just you know, just a good day yesterday, and we're gonna have a good day today too. I'm excited. I'm happy to be here. Here it says, a dumb buy-sell build where a moderately powerful level 1 dog was my only hope. Were you doing the weekly pack? Because I think, like, dog in this weekly is really, really good. I mean, dog is pretty much the best unit in every weekly, because the synergies aren't really that strong normally. But yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense that you gotta win with the dog. Even if it is just a level 1 dog, if you get it going fast enough, you can get some stuff really moving. How you doing, sexy girl? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I wonder if it auto-disabled due to the update. Do you mind checking? Yeah, let me take a peek here. Where do I go to check for... Where is that under? Is that Stream Tools or Extensions? It's probably Extensions, right? No, it's Stream Tools. Okay. Wait, is it Extensions? Maybe it is Extensions. Hang on. Let's see. Where is it? My extensions. Here we go. And... Wait, is it invite only maybe? Here we go. Yeah, for some reason it said it wasn't installed. Half-Bro. So now it is installed. So one of the most recent updates broke it for some reason. I don't know why. Ever heard of white collar gangster rap? No, I don't really listen to too much rap personally, or much music at all in general these days. Yeah, music with lyrics specifically really like they mind flood me, and I can't like think, and sometimes it's super overwhelming. Some music it's okay, but like for the most part I'm already like doing stuff. It's one of those things. Gangster rap, but instead of the topic being violent crime, it's non-violent crime. I see. That doesn't seem that different. Same idea. Creator dashboard extensions. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it should be all set up now, half bro. But yeah, that's enough rambling from me. I see that there's a bunch of people in here waiting for me to play. Let's get into it, shall we? Pam says, I'm the same way. I can't understand lyrics and don't enjoy them. Yeah. There's like, you throw me onto like new retro wave and I'm happy. Like that's the kind of music that I'm into. I could listen to that YouTube channel forever. Okay, so we're going to say goodbye to our beautiful run because we cannot salvage the continue. It just doesn't work. I'll show it off again. I'll show you what happens when I try to load our save. This is after me doing everything I can to fix it, and it's not gonna happen. It is dead. The run is dead, so we're just gonna go into a daily, and then we'll continue hanging out, and yeah, it'll be good. Does it crash? Yeah, it's so sad. It's very sad, but it's fine. You like songs with other languages sometimes, since you don't feel bad about not understanding a word anyone's singing. Yeah, yeah. There's Mongolian throat singing. They're pretty fun. I like that. They're definitely good. And there are like some bands where like I can understand them for the most part, and like I think that's more of an older music thing for the most part. Where like older music tends to be at a pace or like, you know, less edited to the point where you can understand it really easily. Like the Beatles, for example, they're really good for that. Nerds Half-Life, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today, Nerds Half-Life? Everyone on my end, Nerds Half-Life has been a part of our community for an incredible amount of time. Always throwing support our way. I would really appreciate it if you went and gave them a follow. That'd be incredibly kind of you. Nerds Half-Life. Do it. Do it. Give him a follow. See what he's all about. He's been... What were you playing today, Nerds Half-Life? You're playing some more Star Sector. That game has been your game of choice for a little while now, huh? Let me see if we can shoot this guy. Definitely a little bit of an awkward start without the water, but hopefully we can get this going. I'm gonna try and gather up this gold if I can. And we're on fire. It's happened. Good solution to that is just dip into the toxic sludge a little bit. How you doing, Asthmatic? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Let's see. Star Sector finally finished your vanilla run. Nice. Do you have a plan for like your next future attack on that game? What are you gonna do next? Plan of attack? Is that the word? Maybe. That might be it. How you doing, Suicider? Welcome on in. Oh yeah, for anybody who didn't see, Halfbro used the hashtag sponsored command. We're not sponsored today, but tomorrow we will be, and it's gonna be like a cool little event kind of thing, and I'm very, very excited to be a part of that, because it's actually the first sponsorship I've ever taken, and yeah, hopefully people stop by and take a look, because it's the reason I haven't done any sponsorships before is because 99% of the time, it's like, oh, I do not want to play Raid Shadow Legends or some shitty mobile game. But this time, I've been requested to play a video game that actually looks like something that would be fun. So, yeah, I'm very excited for that. Yeah, mobile sponsorships, Lamau. Just been playing Dota 1x6 and Fallout New Vegas. What's 1x6? I've never heard of that one. Thank you, Nerds Half-Life. Yeah, I'm super excited for it. It should be a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure there's a guaranteed treasure chest down here. Yeah, it's on fire down there. We're gonna try and wait for it to open it up, and then we'll try to find a location where we can put ourselves out. Right. Oh wait, it's a wand. Okay, so I can come back for it. That's not an urgent thing at all. We are going to... I'll just use a bomb here. That seems like the strat. FNV is peak Fallout. I kind of think that I might like the Fallout 1 and 2 more. The top-down style. I recently played a game called Encased, which is just like a more role-play D&D style of Fallout, modern version, kind of. And I really enjoyed playing through that game. Or playing through the bit that I did. I plan on playing more of it actually in the future. It reminds me a lot of Divinity, but it's got you know, a little bit of XCOM to it as well. But yeah, sad we never know how the story of Vin Diesel ends. Maybe I should continue the story, because I haven't done anything past that first stream, and that was, it all was like very well put together. It all made such good sense, Suicider. But yeah, maybe I'll do like a YouTube series on it and try to get some highlights for family. Such a classic. Such a classic bit. Looks like you might have COVID again, so you got some antigen tests and hope you don't get too messed up. Yeah, that's what you were saying the other day there, Asthmatic. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Or hopefully if it is COVID, you know, it's just a relatively quick recovery. Okay, let's grab a little bit of this. Beautiful. You remember watching Fallout 1, 2, 3 FNV speedrun marathon for GDQ? Yeah, those games just have so many, like, goofy things going on in them. Wait, Fallout 3. So the Fallout 3 would be, not New Vegas. It's... I'm trying to remember the name of it, but for some reason it's not jumping into my mind. The fact that there's a tree here means that this is probably a dynamite wand. Okay. He's dead. And it isn't a dynamite wand, it's a weirdo wand. We've definitely got some really strange stuff to play around with here currently. Buy the game after you play it. A little ahead of your save game at 5 to 8 hours. Oh, for which one, Suicider? For Encased? Wow, everybody is dead. I don't really see any gold down here either. Ah, it's risky. You know what? We're just gonna give up on whatever the heck's going down there. Encased? Nice. Yeah, that's one that I want to play more of at some point. It didn't do super well on stream, but maybe it would be a better, like, YouTube highlight kind of game. Yeah, that could be the case. Let's try doing one of these. And then I can focus more on the storyline, too. Without having to, like... I can, like, read through stuff and I don't have to worry about Chad being, bored to tears by that. Okay, what do we have here? Beautiful. Some more gold. Trying my best not to be on fire. Acid best material, KW. Oh, man. I saw Bonfire was on the other night. I didn't get a chance to stop by. Were you there for his stream there? Let's see here. Yeah, I missed it, just barely. Bonfire had 2 closed world records, but the game crashed. That's some BS. But that is also peak Noita. What category was he running? Was he doing like a random seed or a set seed? I fear the day that he decides he wants to take all bosses from me, because I don't know if I'll ever be able to take it back. I remember when I did my first 11 orb speedrun, and it was like very casually like 20 minutes faster than the world record. I'm like, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, and I don't think I even ever bothered uploading it. But then he went and did some grinding of it, and he just absolutely demolished it. I am getting messed up a little bit here. I gotta play better than that. All bosses seated. He crashed on the lake. Yeah, that is peak crash time. That's for sure. That's a shame. That is a darn shame. There's a lot of Stendari around on this run. I think we're gonna take a brief look at this wand, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. Because I'm not feeling super cozy. Especially with all these guys kicking around. It's interesting to see the acid's effects on these guys. Because I don't really get to use acid on early game enemies like this terribly often. We gotta use... Oh no. Whew. That was a little bit close. That was way too close. Holy moly. Almost died. This is what happens when you don't have water. Yeah, that was some strategic sheeping. It needed to happen. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully we can sneak through here without getting shot. I'm just gonna have this thing at the ready. Okay. We made it out. Not even close. And by that, I mean, this is what happens when you don't have water as a starting liquid. Okay, we're going to dump this into here, and then I'm gonna chug that. And we're gonna borrow some of the fishies' water. And that way, we've actually got the good stuff. We don't have to worry as much. We got chainsaws. Alright, so this daily can become something. Also, this one's kind of cool. We could boomerang chainsaws. Do you guys want a boomerang chainsaws run, or is that too basic? Is that too easy for you guys now? I don't know. Let's do a little bit of this. This one's kind of funny. It could be pretty good if we do end up doing the boomerang chainsaws. You like boomerang? Boomerang chainsaw is a classic meme. It really is. Yeah, we will be sponsored tomorrow there, Skull. I'm super excited for that. The details are in that little thing there. You'd say go for it? Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how it plays. Wee. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? Pretty darn cool. You remember the first time you tried and lost your mind? Yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, we now need like a multicast. Maybe this is the one. When is boomerang notably bad? How does it work with omega sauce and stuff? It just makes it even stronger and more dangerous to you, sexy girl. Yeah, aiming arc should work in my favor. So here's like the other version. Yeah, you can't throw bombs. That's another really good point. So this is probably going to be way more damage overall, but at the same time, maybe not. Maybe not at all. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess you can bomb, but you got to eat the explosion to do so. It's bombing, but with a cost. Let's see here. Is there anything else that I want to do with the setup? Phasing bomb. That sounds scary. Yeah, let's grab these two wands. And we'll just carry on. Yeah, if you've got like immunities and stuff, it's not that bad. I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. My goodness. I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, yesterday, we went out for some sushi. And, well, by that I mean we picked up some sushi and then took it home with us. Because who eats outside? That's crazy. It's crazy talk right there. But, I ended up buying a volcano roll, which was pretty tasty. But also, I was a little bit disappointed by it because I was, you know, the name volcano, you know, the indication that I get from that is that I'm probably in for like something relatively spicy, right? That's kind of the hope. There was like no spice at all. It was like sweet. And I felt like a little insulted that they thought that was spicy. If they thought that was spicy, or they thought that would be spicy for me. Volcano of sugar. Yeah, it was just sweet, and I was so disappointed. Like, it was still tasty, don't get me wrong, because it was like a tempura and like crab, and it was pretty good overall. But yeah, I wanted something that was like hot. because I do like some spicy sushi, especially since I ordered some nigiri to go with it, and that tends to be like a little bit more of a mild flavor. So I thought that would be like a nice complimentary thing going on. Wasabi. Here in Kamloops, at least, they don't even give you wasabi. They just give you green horseradish. And yeah, the horseradish that we got, or even if it was wasabi, regardless of what it was like insanely mild. Like I've never had horseradish or wasabi so mild before. It was weird. It's one of those things. You know, get real wasabi pretty much anywhere. Yeah, that's the thing. Zytio knows. Zytio, do you have any recommendations on some nice spicy like rolls or anything when you go to get sushi? You get like the erupts in your mouth vibes from Volcano, like something that pops and when you chew on it. Was baking soda vinegar Volcano? No, it was not that. That would be really dumb. But it is kind of funny. This wand is horrifying, by the way. That is just a suicide wand right now. If they aren't filling it with genuine volcanic magma, is it really a volcano roll? SMH my head? Yeah, come on. I should be chewing on molten rock. What kind of coward do you take me for? It's just the... It's like a... Such a meme. Such a meme. Most places have jalapeno rolls. You forgot what they call them, but they're super good. That does sound nice. Jalapenos are like a very... They're not the hottest, like, pepper of all time, but they're really tasty. And that and, like, banana peppers, they're like, really fruity, despite their heat. Really, really nice. Big fan of both of those. Little fireworks. I might grab that, actually. Might be nice to have. You can't have shrimp or crab. You throw it up. Just today, you've been trying to... little bits to gain a tolerance. Well, it sounds to me like you're allergic there, sexy girl, so... Probably not worth. Yeah, some people just can't handle shellfish. And that's just how it be. That is just how it be. This thing just kind of rips up everything. Real wasabi is made by hand. Yeah. That is a thing. Fake wasabi, because fresh wasabi expires real quick, and it's hard to get. Interesting. You don't see the wand overlay running, but don't want to hold the stream hostage, so give me a holler whenever you find a window between runs or whatever. I wonder what would be breaking about it right now, Hapro? Because I've installed it, and it should be active in theory. Sorry, I've got a bit of a runny nose. Out of nowhere. Let's just blow that guy up. And we gotta get over to our fungal caverns, get all our goodies. New version adds a config page. Is that something that I need to interact with to get everything functional? Okay, this is a little bit of a spicy area. Make sure it's activated, not just installed. Okay. Let me quickly murder that guy. And I'll quickly check that out here. Give me 1 second. Allergy? Yeah, I get it's dusty in here, so that's how it be sometimes. Okay, so if I click on this Noita wand overlay, configure this extension before you go live for the best experience for your viewers. There was nothing there in terms of configuration. Here, I'm just gonna bring this onto screen so you guys can see. You have had an idea for Noita mod. You might make to spice up gameplay a bit. Still working on the concept, though. If you want to share it with us, I'd be game to throw out some ideas, because I'm always thinking about Noita mods myself. Like little challenge runs and whatnot. Now you want sushi real bad, dang it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zytio. That's how it goes. Okay, so where do I go from here? So we click on configure. This is the only thing it says in configure. So there's nothing really to interact with there. Activate. Set as overlay 1. Done. Okay, that probably did it. I imagine that was probably what we needed to do. You hadn't... Oh, wait. Oh, man. So, Zaitio, how have you been? What have you been up to, by the way? What is your, what has your schedule been looking like lately? You got anything you've been working on? I'm thinking in the near future at some point I'm gonna have to come bug you about text-to-speech, because I have a challenge run that I'd like to do. And I will need chat's help for it. That is for certain. I won't be able to do it alone. I am in danger. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. I just broke a flask. I don't know what was in it either. We're just gonna keep shooting in circles and hopefully we're okay. Okay. There's definitely an explosive guy down there. Alright. Well, we're alive, but that was really spooky. I'm a little bit surprised I am alive after all that. Okay. Ow. Okay, we're looking fine. Looking good. Nothing to worry about. Just keep cool. I'm a little spooked by the sheer amount of insanity going on. But so far, so good. You celebrated 4th of July with the fam another day. Nice. Did some D&D yesterday and today. I've been messing with streamer.bot a bunch. Nice. Have you heard of it? Yeah, it's something that I'm slowly working on transitioning over to. Yeah, I've got my attention split between like several different things at once right now, but that is definitely one of the things that is like once I have like a few other things under control, like having all my emotes and getting like a little bit of a YouTube backlog. That's something that I want to spend a bunch of time on, is getting all of that going properly. Wow, that's a really dangerous wand. Blindness exists for the sole reason of balancing fungal. I don't know about that, but blinding, at the very least, you can certainly say it exists. Boy, howdy does it ever. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Kopi says that you'd need to complete a few objectives per biome, find key enemy, kill X enemies, pick up X things to unlock the portals, so you can't just rush your way through the portal. You need to go through more complexities than just invisibilitying your way through, or murder everything off screen. I think the best strategy you could do for that, if you could do it, a really fun way of setting that up would be making it like a bingo randomizer per level. And you could have it like vary in difficulty, for example. And you could even just have it where like the work appears after like X amount of bingo randomizer things have been completed. That way people have like some more freedom. And maybe there could be some like early game bingo stuff, and then some later game stuff where it's more open, right? That might be a good way of doing that, Kopi. Did I do anything for Canada Day? Yeah, that was July 1st. I didn't do anything, I don't think. I think I just streamed. I don't really care that much about any of the patriotism related stuff. And I feel like that's like doubly true these days with how Canada has been a little bit of a frick. Like that, it's okay compared to like America at points. No offense, but you know that place is just insanity, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I don't think anybody's happy, and or at least with how like government is going and all that sort of thing. So it's really tricky for me to be like, oh yeah, Canada, woo. it's like, you know, I'm just gonna do my own thing. That said, as an excuse to celebrate, like that's always a good thing. But you know, every day is a day you can celebrate, at least for me. Good lord, sexy girl. Oh man. I'm both absolute BS. Yeah, it's one of those things. Patriotism is a huge scam. Yeah, definitely. I don't know. You like fireworks? Yeah, there you go. But nothing wrong with that. Fireworks, pog. But yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of fireworks because loud noises hurt my head. That's where I'm at with that. Let's see here. Perfect celebration. Taking a little bit of damage there. Is there anything else we need to do here? Holy shit, look at this wand. That's actually insane. That doesn't seem fair at all. Let's see what else we've got around here. But when blind was banned, word on Twitch. I don't really remember that. Yeah, pretty cute Lumi one, that's for sure. It's not bad. There's a freaking blindness mage kicking around. It's very rude. The pros, cool, pretty lights. The cons, my house is almost lit on fire once and I can't sleep until 4 a.m. for the rest of the week. Yeah, that's pretty brutal, Kopi. My goodness. One of the things that I saw semi-recently was instead of a fireworks display, I think it was in Singapore that they were doing a, it was like a drone display. And basically, instead of fireworks, they just had like a bunch of programmed drones that would like do light formations. And like the pros of it is that it looks way cooler than fireworks because it can be way, way more complex. Although like the alchemy and like crazy shit behind like fireworks and making shapes with fireworks is like absolutely bonkers and really, really impressive. That's probably the best part of fireworks is when you get like shit that's like shaped like a freaking Pokemon or something. That's wild. But for the most part, you know, fireworks are just like a big explosion, right? And that's not really that impressive. But yeah, it's seeing like these crazy like organized drone program formations are super, super cool. And I definitely think that could be like the future of fireworks because like, you know, then you're not putting all that random stuff into the atmosphere and all that sort of thing too, right? So like it seems like it's a cleaner way of doing things. But yeah, that's really, really neat. Something was wrong on the config page. Normally it should show you somewhere, but there was an error, I guess, and I was able to get it fixed real quick, so now everyone should be able to see the new WADS overlay. Nice, half bro. Very good. Let's see. I wonder if it sounds like wee super loud. No, you couldn't hear anything at all because it was pretty far away. They did it like over the water. You saw they did some fireworks alongside the drone stuff? Yeah, that sounds like a good combination. I think one of the worst parts about like fireworks is that to get a good show, they're really, really expensive. But you know, if you can like mix it with the drones and that somehow makes it a little bit cheaper, that might be big strats. Might be big strats for sure. Okay, I think we're ready to go. We didn't really get much HP. In fact, we might be like base HP right now. I'm gonna try and shift unstable tele because that's funny. We need to spice up this run a little. There we go. Let's see what happens here. This is probably a bad idea. Anyone see the egg boomerang trick? I've heard of it. I was watching, or I was seeing Daw's feed on Twitter because I'm followed to him. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at this. So he's got an egg and he's got boomerang, right? And now he's going to throw the egg and it's going to home to an enemy. Right. Yeah. So basically, the entity of the hollow egg makes the spells home instead of like they boomerang to the enemies. The same thing happens with invisibility. When you go invisible, it'll home to enemies instead. So, yeah, that's a really cool and clever trick. We could potentially mess around with that on this run. We actually have that precise combination. We just need any form of damage up, and then we're kind of set to go. So, yeah, maybe we'll show that off today. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know if that's dangerous to the player or not, though, because, theoretically it could be. Yeah, the Japanese streamers are really cool. That's quite the neat innovation. That's definitely something that they caught before we did. I understand the mechanics of it, though, which is nice. Could you relink the clip? I missed it. How you doing, Seven Fictional Stakes? Welcome on in there. Let's see here. Yeah, it's super neat. Oh, thank you there, Grandpa Game Hacker, for linking that a second time. There we go. Let me see what we got here. That is not a useful wand. Okay, I think we're gonna go. Our lack of HP ups through this region has been rather poor. But I guess that's just where we're at. I could try to explore some more of the second floor. His win streak runs, crazy skills. Yeah, he's a very, very good player. That's for certain. Yeah, it's at some point I've been meaning to go and do some more practice of Neute Nemesis, so that way I can challenge him, because he's always complaining about not having like good enough opponents, and I'm like, maybe I could give him a run for his money, but I definitely need to practice first, because I'm sure he's on another level for that with all the gameplay he's done of that at this point. Someone mentioned that in the Discord. Oh, that's funny. Let me do a little bit of this. See if we can sneak over this way. I'm gonna see what else we can find around here. You think the homing component with the target who shot set, if it can't find the player who shot the projectile, behaves like a normal homing projectile? Yeah, it is something along that line. But yeah, basically, entities firing or like when a shot fires a shot, there's like a degree of separation from the player, and it can cause all sorts of like really interesting little mechanics like that. Let's do one of these. Okay, we are just kind of ripping through this floor, as one would expect with this build. It's looking pretty good. Oh man, so I should ask this. So I've been playing like a ton of Monster Hunter in my own time. Who here has been enjoying Sunbreak? I'm interested to see who's been playing it, and if everybody's been if you have you been enjoying it? Because I'm a real big fan of the new movesets that they've applied to a lot of the weapons. They're so much fun. They're an absolute blast. Definitely not me, says the Asthmatic. Yeah, of course. The fattest cap of the world has ever seen. I'm not seeing any hearts on this floor, which is kind of a shame. We're definitely getting a little bit cheesed out of some HP, which is kind of a shame. Oh, hey, it's me. I'm a little bit spooked, but the wand doesn't look that scary. That doesn't mean I shouldn't be afraid, though. I would like to just murder him. There we go. I'm not too worried about getting the bonus gold, because we've already got more money than I know what to do with. You're a real Monster Hunter fanboy, but never started Rise. You don't know why. It's really hard for me to sorry, I've got such a runny nose. My nose is getting all red. I've had a bit of a hard time transitioning from World to Rise. I think that World might be a slightly better game, but Rise has like a lot of fun stuff going on with it too. They're both super fun. Very, very good games. Let me do one of these. I'm gonna have to do some dusting in here or something. Okay, let's see what we've got around this way. Doesn't look like there's anything. Do you own a dust collecting machine? Not particularly, no. How's the daily? I mean, we got boomerang chainsaws, which is pretty fun. If you don't take the boomerang perk, I think the run might not be that good, but so far, with our current iteration, we're pretty strong here, Sutter. Got some good stuff going. We've definitely found, like, a lack of HP, which kind of sucks. I think Rise and World are very different and appeal to different players because they're designed for different platforms. That's true. Rise is designed for Switch, which definitely, like, plays a major role. You bought Rise on your recommendation, but have been playing Oxygen Not Included solely. I'll get around to it soon. Yeah, that one, I've been hearing a lot about Oxygen Not Included lately, actually. We're gonna take Explosion Immunity because we've definitely got some builds that could take advantage of that. You had a boomerang homing run the other day, and it was pretty goofy. Boomerang homing. Yeah, that would be. Okay, so we've got more Loomies. I think we've already got enough Loomies. We shouldn't need any more than what we have. Okay. So, if we wanted to be dumb, we could leave our vomit potion here, and we could do this. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Why didn't it home to the enemy? I'm not sure yet. We need to think about it a bit longer, maybe. But I must have done something wrong. The other one is pretty goofy. Yeah, it sounds like a strong one. Oni is great. Not sure how good it would be to stream. It's the amount of time it takes. Oni. I haven't heard of that one, Sudar. Oh, Oxygen Not Included. Yeah. I don't know. I've said many times before that, like, big strategy games like that where you control large groups of people really stress me out. So, it's more of a game that I'd watch than play, sort of thing. So you have a rip-off shield perk and contact damage. That's true. That is true. We do have that. So why didn't this boomerang trick work? I'm not sure yet. How is this different from what they did? We've got boomerang, and then we've got the hollow egg. So if we cast the hollow egg directly, this will home to me for sure. If I pick it up and then throw it, it shouldn't home to me, right? That's the concept? But it does. It does home to me. So where am I going wrong? How you doing, Just Looking? Welcome on in. We're just learning a new technique, or at least attempting to. Try taking it out of your inventory rather than throwing it. Okay. That's what does it. Okay. Very interesting. So throwing it from the inventory is different. Very, very cool. That is a super subtle little thing, but I like that a lot. So now we've got kind of like a cheesy little homing effect. That is very rad. I agree. Let's try to mess around with this a little bit. Let's see what we can do. I could add some Loomies to this as well, because this is all relatively cheap. Can you do multiple at the same time, and does it last forever? It doesn't last forever in this current form, but it does last a long time with a circle of shielding. I wonder... No, that wouldn't work. I'm trying to think what other, like, crazy stuff we can do with this. But it is very neat. Okay, so this is in the form that I want it. And I think we're just gonna carry on for now. And I don't think we need this. We'll just have these two wands for now, and we'll carry on. Free trick kills. Oh, right, because it won't count as my stuff. Needs gunpowder trail. That'd be pretty funny. Can you do multiple saves at the... Wait, multiple at the same time? You could do multiple at the same time. Do they last forever? No. So, we want to place one of these down. And then we want to throw that. And that guy is dead. And so are these guys. Oh my god. Alrighty. And now we follow the trail of destruction. So far, so good by the looks of it. We're just kind of following along, trying to collect the money of all the things that have died. We've got a couple wands here. Now that's a wand! God damn! Look at that thing. I mean, I probably would have preferred the mana not on it, to be honest, but still pretty good. Wee, indeed. We did get the mana. That's not helpful. Oh, hello there. That looks like a wand. It sure is. This run is rigged. Well, it's the daily, so you can all have a rigged run if you want. It doesn't have to just be me. I feel like this game is just giving up trying to kill you. Yeah, true. Very true. Wow, did you see that sick bounce? I love that. I loved that little bounce that it did. Just kind of blew him up. There we go. Alrighty. Wah! Okay. Apparently these guys got missed. Boing. Dude got donked a little bit. He did get a little donked on. Okay, let's see if we can sneak in here. That's a trigger. Dead worm. And he died like on top of a wand. Interesting. I'm gonna use this invisibility so I can sneak in here, hopefully. There we go. That works. That works well enough for me. I would like to get some light. That would be ideal. Okay, there we go. We don't have a ton of HP, which is my biggest fear. We are explosion immune, which helps a little bit. The best kind of stealth is killing everyone who sees you. True. Okay. This is not the kind of electricity I wanted. I'm a little bit worried about this thing. But it'll have to do. God damn, did you see that? Holy moly. That was so sick. This thing is actually ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I'm pretty sure this is such a a cool buff. What the hell? This game is actually nuts. Like I thought this was gonna be super niche, but it's not. It's not niche at all. It is like literally just an OP as shit build. It's very, very broken. Up. Okay, we're good. Almost into the acid. Almost into the acid, but we're not. We're fine. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, this perk does have some real hidden power, you're right. I should just have one of these active and ready to throw at all times. But yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of getting used to throwing these things. Oh my god, they go why do they go so fast? Because the egg homes too, that's why. This won't work with boomerang spell, no. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this is a boomerang perk classic. Because it works so differently. Hey, Alias Cool Things. IT was using notes on his last stream. Got really OP and excited for sure. That's awesome. Yeah, notes are sick. They're definitely one of the strongest setups you can have in the whole game. Especially with how consistent they are. That's their best aspect, is how reliable they are. Does homing work on notes? Yeah, it does. Until you threw stupidly. I mean, that's welcome to Noita, right? That's how she goes. How you doing, humble turkey? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a sponsored stream. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. I'm super excited for it. That's going to be for tomorrow, Thursday. I'm gonna do like just a classical daily run on Noita, and then we'll probably jump into the whole little sponsored segment, and then I don't know what we'll do from there. Can I get a note TLDR? Notes are super cheap. They have inherent homing, and all you need to do is give them lifetime and damage, and then they're really, really strong. That's all you really need to know, demonic laxatives. But also, they have guaranteed spawn. They have, like, utility in the form of their special spells. There's a couple. There is not a notes video yet, Sexy Girl. It's one that's still in the works. My goodness. Not a cough. Not a cough. Probably just need some water, huh? They've got kind of a pseudo piercing effect, yeah. It's not like true piercing, but they attack as fast as piercing without dealing damage to the player, which is very good. Okay, let's see if we can sneak down here. Alrighty. Let's see what we've got. Accelerative homing. Wait, well, no, it's not homing, it's just accelerating shot. Now we've got homing as well. We could also take the speed up, which would be pretty funny. Lots of potential for throws, indeed. Gamble is quite funny. Why is it funny? Isn't it just gonna make my, You already have big homing? That's true. I do. Oh yeah, we should really build onto this thing now, huh? Considering it's just a better wand. Quadruple acceleration. Yeah, we could just get the speed. Whee! You can get more funny perks. I bet Squarier would kill me instantly. Am I willing to test that? I am willing to test that. This is a really bad idea. Okay. So first things first. Ah! Oh. Nice. Alright. Yeah, this could be my end. Yeah, I do have Ambrosia. That's how I'm gonna test this. Okay. Alrighty. What was that? Weird. Why do you need egg for this setup? So that way it loses track of who owns the shot, Socolus. Oh wait, I did it wrong, didn't I? Okay. I need something to home to. Got a ghost? What do you mean I got a ghost? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Okay, so that part doesn't home, which is good to know. Shouldn't it follow you regardless of ownership? No, because Boomerang is really dumb, apparently, Socolus. So the answer is not that easy, surprisingly. Okay, I'm gonna add on some more of these. And I'm gonna put a quad cast here, and that's gonna ramp our damage up pretty nicely. Okay. Yeah, if he drops the egg out, if I drop the egg out of inventory, it like interacts differently. For reasons. Basically, it just kind of forgets the ownership or something. Yeah, it's very strange. Okay, what if I do this? Bruh. No damage plus on the Circle of Shielding. Boomerang gives you damage bonus, like a lot of damage bonus. So I don't need it. Yeah, Boomerang is insanely broken. Boomerang leaving you if you don't have the clout to require. That'd be pretty funny, Aaron. Is one of the only things that make Square Barrier home. Homing perk does as well, though, Kope. So, like, I could use that one. I just want to know if it would work with Boomerang, and it doesn't. Why does Spiral, oh, what does Spiral Lumi look like with it? Let's see. Let's find out. Looks like this. As opposed to this. I don't know what's better. It looks pretty much the same. No matter what. It is pretty, though. That's true. That's true. True. If I had, like, any form of teleport at all, I would probably be using that to some degree here. Yeah, Spiral beats Boomerang by at least a little bit, seemingly. I need bouncing spells. That would go a long way, I think, toward powering us up. Let's grab one more of these. Let's try this thing out and see how this plays. It doesn't seem to do anything at all. So we'll just not use that. Okay. What do I want here? Speed up isn't gonna do anything. Homing is gonna do very little, I think. Like, it might help with this. Yeah, we could also roll, but what are we rolling for? Like, what do we want? Like, homing is pretty good. Speed without Spiral. I feel like speed gets beaten by Boomerang so quick, which is the problem. Howdy, how you doing, Retinger? Welcome on in. We're doing some lovely experimenting, so you've come in at a good time. Okay. So I think this is as good as we're gonna get it. For the most part. I could remove this and add this for this. Most things like Boomerang just add velocity, whereas Spiral actually takes the current velocity and sets it, which is quite fun. That's very interesting. Maybe just look for unlimited spells. Honestly, that might be the play. Homing is pretty funny, but I think we can do even better. Boomerang, homing go so well together. We're using some new tech that we want to show off, where you automatically get homing, sort of. We're gonna take Trick Blood Money, because I think that scales really well with this setup. So you'll see in a moment here, Retinker, the crazy setup that we're using. Basically, if we drop this Hollow Egg out of our inventory, it will be homing instead of a Boomerang effect. And it is very, very potent for that reason. Okay. So let's give it a shot. There's some guys. There we go. And it gives Trick Money, which is just absolutely unfair. That is so incredibly unfair. Look at it go. It's just murdering everyone. There we go. That is so dumb. That is so insanely dumb. Where? There we go. This is so dumb. Oh my god. Hey, there's piercing. It just zooms. It really do. This is definitely like pretty powerful new Boomerang tech, I would say. Damn, I wanted that gold. Maybe we can get some of it. There we go. There's some alive guys. Totally intended by the devs, indeed. Highly intended gameplay. All part of the original experience. Okay. We're just finding money all over the place. This is a funny run, I'll tell you. Look at that. The fact that it gives trick kills is, like, really juicy, by the way. That's maybe the best part. One of the best parts, I guess. Yeah, this game is bug-free and finished. Both of those things, definitely. Ow. Good thing I'm explosion immune, or I'd be dead right now. Let's see what we got here. Garbage. It's a direct result of how they coded the perk, therefore it is an intentional feature. Exactly. No, honestly, I think that this is just like a logic puzzle kind of glitch where it's like, oh yeah, this is reasonable enough to be fair. It's definitely like OP and really strong, but I mean, you could do the same thing with just a homing. Is Noita abandonware? What do you mean by that? The game, I mean, like, if you... So here's the thing. Like, we're very, very spoiled by indie devs coming back and working on their project for, like, no reason. Over and over and over again. Like, for example, Terraria is a really good example of that. I think that this game is, like, in a state where there's literally infinite gameplay, so long as the community continues to, like, make little mods here and there. And there's not really that much to complain about. Like, the only thing that really annoys me, like, to any large degree, is the sound glitch. But yeah, I would pay, like, double Noita's price for a DLC, for sure. But yeah, it's one of those things. Picks up a 5th wand. That's not even like the most broken thing. Computer software that is no longer distributed or supported by the developers. So no, definitely not abandonware. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the term there, Charlie. Yeah, some despawns are annoying. That's for sure. Do they watch streams? I think they do, yeah. None of these are that good. Horizontal, you'd think horizontal path and like spiral arc would be really good because of the way they grant damage for free, but just placing an extra projectile on a wand with boomerang is more damage than that could possibly grant you, so it's not really worth it. I'm gonna just ambrosia up and jump through this thing, and hopefully we don't get earthquake to hell. I am a little afraid, but we should be okay. Alrighty. Well, that's fun. My goodness. More spiral Lamau? Yeah, that's definitely what we need. There we go. It takes like a little bit of setup. Having one preemptively in your inventory would go a long way toward making that safer, I imagine. Whoops. I accidentally pooped out 2 eggs instead of 1. Wow, that's a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. Wow, that's even more gold. Wow, that's another ambrosia. You know what? Water is overrated. Let's just go with some more ambrosia instead. There we go. Let's see what we got in here. A short-range homing. Do we really need this? Sure, why not? Why not? No real harm in it. How does Raincloud go with egg? I have no idea, but that would be another good one to test. Gold is forever would be kind of cute, not gonna lie. Definitely. I can big agree on that. What happens if you add multiple things like horizontal or upward on the same spell? It like goes somewhere in between, normally. Some of them do have like stronger strength than others, but for the most part, it generally tries to like make a compromise to some degree. Everybody is dead. Everybody is dead. Literally everybody on the whole floor is dead. There's nobody alive. Yeah, they all kind of fight over the projectile a little bit. Yeah, short range homing is definitely a very good modifier. I don't know if I'd call it one of the best, but it's definitely really strong. Dude, everybody is dead. It's just kind of a free floor at this point. Kopi says, I would absolutely spend over twice Noita's price for more of it. The amount of emergent gameplay and possibilities means you're basically never going to stop getting more out of the game. Like how we just now discovered Boomerang is capable of. Yeah, of this, exactly. As a modder, I can only do so much, so having more possibilities opened by Nala at an interval level would mean more possibilities for modders. Indeed. Sokolis redeeming something really good. What do you have in mind there, Sokolis? Yeah, some of the... even if we did just get, like, an update that was more mod support, that would be pretty pog. I really dream of a world where we could have a Super Noita Maker. It's just that with our current, like, tools, it seems like it's just a little bit too hard for everything. And can I do a kazoo cover? My throat's actually bugging me a fair bit today, Sokolis. Are you going to be around for longer? Because I could maybe do it toward the end of the stream, but I don't want to, like, blow up my voice in the beginning. So why don't you link me the song now, and we can do it in a bit. No, it's fine, Sokolis. It's my bad for not letting you know ahead of time. Yeah, it's just I don't think I'm sick or anything, but I guess I could be. We'll find out. We will find out. I'm pretty sure it's just allergies being a real jerk currently. Okay, there we go. Ow. Wonder how Matter Eater works on the egg circle. Matter Eater drops the lifetime of the circle down to a flat 110 frames, which is really bad. It's not very good. Actually, I don't know if it's 110 frames or if it's 110 lifetime. I think those might be two different things. Okay. This is the one you're thinking of. Here, let me set this up. Nope. Nope. Okay. I'll have it on the ready there, Sokolis. When I have a good opportunity. I think I'll be alright. Ow! That light fell on me. That's pretty rude. That is pretty rude. Alright, let's get on to the... 110 frames would be a meme. Yeah, it wouldn't last at all then. It's definitely not 110 frames. It's gotta be a little longer than that. Okay, so we've got piercing now, which is funny. We've got crit on wet, which could be good. Let's... Oh, we can't even roll anymore. I guess this is where we deal with Steven. This is big Steven hours if I ever did see. So let's just sneak on through here briefly, and, whap. Get wrecked. Easy peasy. Love to see it. Okay. We've got another chainsaw as well, which is good. Let's dump a couple of things here. Because we definitely want more inventory space for more goodies. Okay, what other goods have we got? Oh, everybody's dead. Everybody is dead. Of course they are. That guy's also dead. It's weird, I don't even see the shield. Man. This setup would actually be so broken if you're doing something like a no-hit. It'd be very, very good in that scenario. Because everything's just already pre-killed. Alright, let's see here. Do one of these. Wow, that guy didn't actually die immediately. Interesting. I'm gonna go after the dragon right away. Shield waiting on Colmy. How broken could you make this with Greeks? I don't think it would be much more broken, honestly. You just have more to throw, right? Because I'm pretty sure Greeks actually reduce the damage that you get from Boomerang. Like, they don't scale with perks the same way, which makes them a little bit worse. But I bet you could still get some pretty ample damage for sure. You could still get a good DPS for it. The shield's just gonna be waiting on Colmy. That'd be funny. Oops. That egg got sent way too far. What the hell, man? That homing is way too powerful. Like, it's actually way more powerful than every other form of homing. I'm dead? I'm not dead. Holy shit. I was not ready. I was not ready at all. That was actually so close. I'm glad we got the damage out in time there. I almost didn't make that dodge. Like how the surroundings get more destroyed behind you than in front of you with the Lumi setup. Yeah, it's pretty goofy. It is very goofy. I don't know how that guy didn't die to something that we were already dealing damage with. Yeah, this thing is just very good. There we go. Yeah, we literally just shoot and everything gets cut to pieces. This is a very, very nice setup so far. Oh, hey, there's a guy who's worth extra. Thank goodness. So we've got a really nice wand now, by the way, for anybody who didn't see that. Yeah, Lumi Shredder is always very fun. Who doesn't love some good old-fashioned luminous chaos? I'd like bouncing spells. I think that would be one of the strongest perks I could come across in terms of power level at this point. The way it just, like, liquefies the level is so good. There will be nothing left. Okay, let's jump down, and then we'll do, like, a jump back up in a moment here. Our HP levels are pretty low, which is kind of an issue, but other than that, we don't have that much to worry about. It's so funny how it just disappears. Like, the shield itself just straight up disappears for whatever reason. Could I do the same thing with the bomb? Somebody earlier was saying something about, about doing it with a bomb. Could be interesting. Latali was showing, some, crazy wand that was, way too, you're way too tired to understand the magic behind it. I'll have to take a look at that when I get the opportunity. Okay, so we've got piercing. Wowie. Wowie. Thank you for looking at that, think like. Butt Eater with Boomerang as anti-synergy? Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Okay, we've got unlimited spells, so I guess we'll just take that. I don't see any reason not to. Good. Excellent. Glad to hear it, think like. But if you add Plasma Orbit to that field, yeah, I guess if I wanted to die, I could do that. It's not a bad idea. Let's see here. That one's pretty wild. Definitely lots of stuff going on there. Okay, so I think we should make our egg wand do even more damage. So let's do that. This is gonna be a 1 and a 2. And I would like some more projectiles, maybe. Could you layer loads and loads of shields on yourself now and just walk right to the end? Yeah, pretty much. Why do I put the shield? Because the shield homes and can travel through walls. And if I throw it like this, you can see that it instant transmissions onto the enemy. And these ones will stay on me, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's basically a better mist. And by basically, I mean it's literally a better mist by, like, a large margin. And all of these are on here specifically to, because we've got boomerang spells, each one increases the damage of the circle of shielding by, like, a flat amount. Okay, I guess we'll start putting these on here. This is 1, 2, 3. I need more multicasts. Here's a hexacast. Imagine fake boomerang, glowing lance, or black hole. Yeah, that would be terrifying, Nutty. That'd be really scary. You could dump a ton of spitters in. That's what I'm planning. That is what I'm planning currently. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Wait, how much are these? These are 40? That's so gross. And is terribly expensive. 6. Would it work with a rock? It would work with a rock. If you had, an egg and then a rock inside of it, and you had boomerang, you could turn that rock into a homing rock instead. which would be a pretty good way of doing that, I guess. It's a pretty clever strategy for sure. Berserk Circle is not crit. Yeah, it's just flat damage. That is the case. And blood mist can't feed your vampirism because it's a mist and not actual blood. It works differently, which is a little bit lame. I can make the spell infinite. I don't think this is gonna do anything. It could be good against like a boss, so we'll keep one. And I guess I'll keep this thing as is. Let's dump this wand. That thing is done for. Let's see if this shoots well. They're very expensive. Very, very expensive indeed. I have a perk back up here that I need to go and look at. So I guess we'll do that. Bubble bounce on Lumi Wand. I'm pretty sure that would just rip me to shreds. Good day, how you doing, Eliza? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that would just rip me to shreds. Halafu's here too. Hello. Hello. We're doing a funny new exploit today, and it's very effective. As you can see. It's pretty good. I need a little bit more water in this thing, maybe. Oh, jeez. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, that guy's dead. These things are now following me. Ooh, it's a bunch of healing. That's fun. I don't think I want this, actually. I think it's kind of dangerous. But maybe I'll take the lava to blood. Do a considerate amount of lurking. No worries. I will have a good day there, Eliza. Likewise. Let me see what else we got around here. I wish we had a little bit of recoil to work with. It's always painful to have these runs where you literally have to just walk everywhere like some sort of plebeian. But I guess it's not that bad. Healing with boomerang perk. I mean, we've got piercing, so we could make it work. The real problem is, oh wow, I wonder how concentrated spells would work. Won't boomerang healing damage me? Yeah, unless I only use one and have piercing on it, in which case then it would heal me still. Egg time. Egg time! The egg, whenever I throw that thing, it just absolutely shreds. It's kind of amazing. And the best part is that I get to have a whole bunch of them. This wand is really well statted, by the way. It's very nice. Hey, it's another mana. Don't mind if I did. Beautiful. I definitely need some more money so that way I can continue my reroll habits. How you doing, boss? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. You've come in on a rather interesting run. We've got a bit of a spicy one on the go. It's very, very strong for a couple of different reasons. The main one is boomerang. Boomerang is the primary reason this run is broken. Which is pretty cool, because, oh... Yeah, Berserkium. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so if you touch Berserkium while you have Circle of Shielding on, it'll kill you on the spot. Kind of forgot about that. Kind of an important little factoid. Yeah. Well, there goes that run. That's fun. That's good stuff. All right, well, let's just do a normal run then. No biggie. Yeah, that was most unfortunate. Ah, Noita, indeed. That is a little bit of a dumb by me, for sure. I'm gonna swap over the title quickly here, because I have perished on the daily, as one might expect. Let me go ahead and get onto Stream Manager here really quick. What am I gonna do? I don't know. Let's just do Kuberin around now that I died on the daily. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna do like a quick run. I'm gonna do a 1 hour run. That's the plan. It's just gonna be 1 run, 1 hour. Would Polly have insted you as well? Oh yeah, definitely so quick. But Berserkium is something you're not normally afraid of. Does Nightmare have gourds? That's a good question, Kerr. I don't know. Can't remember. What exactly happened there? You don't understand. Okay, so basically, circle of shielding is basically it stops being yours after you shoot it to some degree. And because of that, if you berserk it, it goes on to another team. And then you die. So it's pretty bad. You don't want that to happen. So the long and short of it is that we died because we got berserk on us. And Circle of Shielding stopped. It doesn't recognize us as the owner, so it just kills us on the spot. That's the idea. It was very unfortunate. There's a couple of clips there. Hang on. Let me take a look here. What is this? Hang on. Is Boomerang. Boomerang is the primary reason this run is broken, which is pretty cool because oh. Yeah, Berserkium. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a sad death for sure. Boss, you were checking out the sponsor deal that we're having tomorrow, and said the art in Have a Nice Death is super sick. Yeah, it's very clean. Yeah, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't intend on ever taking a sponsorship unless it's something that I actually think that I'll enjoy, and Have a Nice Death is precisely that. It's something that looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm really excited to get my hands on that and goof around with it. There we go. Can sneak in there. We are giga slowed. That is awful. Little fireball early game. That's not very good, but it's something. It's something. Have a Nice Death is a good game. Well, I look forward to it. They've got an update coming out. It's like the fast food update, and yeah, there's like a bunch of new like creatures and biomes, and I think it's kind of similar to how Dead Cells does theirs. I'm not entirely certain, but it seems like that. Yeah, it'll be a really good time. I'm glad to see you guys are supportive of it, because like it's one of those things where I feel like there's like an inherent sort of disdain almost for doing sponsorships and that sort of thing, but I think that there's a right way to do it, and that's definitely what I want to try and achieve if I'm ever going to do any of those. We got to do it the right way. So it's one of those things. But yeah. Definitely feel free to like give feedback and all that on it, on how I can integrate it like in a perfect way. Let me see what we got here. But basically the game plan is I'm just gonna try and like do it like how I do any of my variety days. Do you share? Do you get a share of the game purchases? No, basically the deal that I worked out is I just get paid a flat rate one time, because if I feel like that's probably the most consistent way to do it, and yeah, it just requires the least math for everybody. So, but yeah, I worked out a deal regarding that, Sokolis. I feel like people were very against it 5 to 10 years ago. Nowadays, it's more accepted. Yeah, that's fair, Retinger. Maybe I'm still in that 5 to 10 years ago mindset where I'm like, oh man, that's gross. Who would do that? But now that I'm in the situation, it's like, guaranteed money seems good. That sounds kind of nice. That's pretty cool, actually. It's an interesting idea. Never thought of that. Okay, let me see if we can murder all these guys. Green fungus. We did get green fungus. Do a little bit of this. You only think it's gross when the game is an obvious cash grab? Yeah, it's one of those things. Just using Twitch bounty boards, isn't it? Also, I think it's only an issue when a streamer plays or promotes the game they normally wouldn't. Like you said, yeah, exactly. When they had first emailed me, they're like, hey, this looks like your kind of game. You want to play it? And I'm like, yes. Yes. Yes, I do. And then I had to think about what I deserved to be paid and stuff, and that was really scary. Getting paid to do your job, scandalous. That's funny. Monetization, content creation 5 years ago was also very different compared to nowadays. That's true. This stream is sponsored by Rage and Legends. Oh god. Yeah, I've had quite a few offers for Raid, and I'm like, I'm gonna give that a big old no. How much is your viewership worth, half bro? Oh man. I mean, the going rate that I read online was $1 per viewer per hour, but you know, I didn't necessarily go for that. The money negotiation are my least favorite kind of talks. Yeah, I was really hoping they'd just like throw a number at me, and I'd be like, yeah, maybe that'll work. You have a very important suggestion for your game project? Add raccoons. Oh, raccoons. We already have raccoons. Why do they need to be rat-based? Yeah, me too, Zarnatox. If you have, like, a viewer base who's, like, okay with just, like, throwing away a day of streaming, like, if you go over that with them and they're like, hey, you get, like, $500 or $1,000 for this, just do it. Like, you know, I get it. Because there's a pretty good chance that people don't have $1,000 to give you, and if you need $1,000 and you can put that toward making your stream better, for example, then that's kind of sick, right? It's like, oh man, we have one shitty stream, but for the rest of time, we now have, like, a better, like, stream setup, for example. Like, that's kind of sick. But, you know, you still have to have some level of, self-dignity, I think, when it comes to that sort of thing. So it's tricky to find a good balance. Let's see what else we got kicking around here. If you have a place to live and food to eat, also increases the quality of streams. That's very true. Gotta be able to exist, right? Nice. Got a little bit of gold out of that. Alright, raccoons are cool enough. Nice. Yeah, the raccoon that we've got added in the game is pretty neat. It's pretty darn neat. McDonald's Wi-Fi stream. I mean, you know, if that's what you gotta work with, understandable, I guess. Sometimes you gotta work with what you have. Yeah, lots of treasure chests on this seed. That's for sure. We lost a gunpowder flask earlier, but at least we didn't lose the acceleration flask. That makes me happy. Acceleration is such a juicy get. We've got a double wand in here, which is unusual. I don't know if I've ever seen a double wand spawn here. This is a little bit of a risky location, honestly. Not super happy to be in this little area, but maybe we can make it work. Okay. It's another one of those things. Here, let's just use this to... Ow. I thought that would punch through, but it didn't. Unfortunate. Okay, I guess we'll just carry on. Nothing too crazy there. Oh, is that an HP up? For a second, I could have sworn I saw an HP up there. Oh, also, did anybody hear the other day that Dragon's Dogma is getting a frickin' sequel? That's so exciting. I gotta go back and play some more Dragon's Dogma. I really enjoyed it. I wanted, like, oh my god, I'm dead. It's over. Oh my god. I thought it was over. There was so many frogs. Holy shit, that was terrifying. Okay. True boss defeated, yeah. We're unstoppable now. If we can survive that, we can survive anything. That was... that is the definition of Monka Giga. Oh my god. This is terrifying. There's a million of them. One of your regular streamers did a raid sponsorship once, and the viewers just spontaneously started downloading it multiple times on multiple accounts to get to the goal so the streamer got more money. That's kind of sick. That is pretty sweet, Zarnatox. Yeah, people are definitely more understanding now, I think. Where it's just like, you can spend just a small amount of time to, like, make a ridiculous amount of money? Seems good, man. We need a mod that replaces all enemies with frogs, and they're just bigger the deeper you go. There's like a couple of mods that are just like worse enemies mods. I'd definitely be game to like mess around with those more. I think those are fun. So we've got LARPA bounce super early game here. There's some jank you can do with this thing. Dragon frog would be spooky. It would be spooky. We don't really have anything that great to work with. I think this would be our best wand. Is this a 10-2? No, it's terrible. 10-2s only spawn on levels, I think. For whatever reason. I think this is going to be our setup. I kind of like contact damage, but not enough to take it this early. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go! That is such a sick early perk combo. Oh my gosh. That is fun. That is very fun. Do you think LARPA bounce will work on the bomb? I don't know. I actually don't know if it will. I think it might. Max perks, indeed. Wow, I'm disappointed. I was hoping to get like 1,000,000 bombs out of that. That's not what we got. Max perks, indeed. Indeed. This would be a really strong start to like a long run. Be a strong start to a couple different types of runs, actually. Wow. Cool treasure chest up warp. Love to see it. Finally caught one in action, too. Normally, I don't actually see them actually doing the up warp. Does LARPA bounce add bounce to otherwise non-bouncing spells? Yes, 1 bounce. It's 1 bounce precisely. This isn't a perfect spot. Oh, shit. That's fireworks. For a second, I thought it was something even scarier than that. But it's not that bad. Okay. Wow, we lived. That's some shenanigans. One of these guys. Where did my thing go? There it is. Ooh, that bonk. That looked brutal. There we go. You had gamble with exactly these 2 perks in the first Holy Mountain one day, and it even proc. That's awesome, Nutty. That is pretty much ideal whenever you get all the procs. Okay. Whoa. I definitely teleported into a room I shouldn't have. Okay. Noticed the updated wand overlay. Props to Half Bro if he's in chat. It looks sick. That is lovely to hear. Pretty perky gamba. Yeah, Half Bro's been killing it. He's been going super hard on that. Oh my goodness. Let me see if we can sneak over here. Oh, no treasure chest. Never lucky. Bouncing LARPA Thunder Charge. That does sound very scary. And very funny, actually. I would like to get that going. If I can get electrical and explosion immunity, we gotta try that. Looks way better than before. That's awesome. If he's in chat, I'm sure he'll be very pleased to hear. Okay. Let's do a little bit of this. Just a couple of these little shitters. You've not been going super hard, but exactly hard enough. Fair enough. Okay. Let's not have any of that on us. 1,000 gold. One thing I've been trying to make an effort of doing lately is exploring more of floor 2. And my reasoning behind that is I think that floor 2 has the same quality of wands as fungal caverns of floor 2. And the only difference is that it's a guaranteed no shuffle in fungal, which means that the spell quality is the same, which means that there's probably a fairly high chance of Chainsaw, Luminous Drill, Teleport, and even potentially Black Hole in the main area, if my theory is correct. I don't know if that's 100% the case, but the only way to find out is to, you know, throw out the hypothesis and then gather information. Let's see here. Sume says, it doesn't seem to work for me. Can see wands, but not spells. Should I refresh or something? Yeah, maybe. Try that. Suicider redeeming something really good. What do you have in mind there, Suicider? I want to see if this works. It does work. Reduce the recharge, but the cast delay is too high. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Did somebody say fungal shift? We did fungal shift earlier. We could do another one. It was Priskip. Oh, what is this here? Suicider. My goodness. It's quite the setup. Hang on. So he's got, oh, this is the super complex wand that you were talking about? Let's take a look here. Okay. It's like a matter-eating wand. It's very pretty. Hang on, let's take a look here. Does he show it on screen at any point? There it is. Okay, so he's using long distance cast as his damage dealer. I see. Is he blowing through his gold there? He probably is. He's just got infinite, so it doesn't run out. That's pretty cool. It's a fun build. That is a fun build there, Suicider. Okay. Still not working? Not a big deal. Maybe worth reporting. Indeed. Long distance cast turned into Luminous Drill. Yeah, that is pretty much what happened there. I kind of want to use this combination because I bet it'll be funny. It is funny. You missed the explaining part? I mean, it did the full loop there, Sokolis. Okay, let's see how this would function. I think this is going to be kind of terrible. It's just too expensive. It's too dang expensive for now. We're going to have to go without. But that's okay. Okay. I wonder if we can use LARPA bounce effectively at some point on this run. That would be pretty cool if we could. I see that HP. I want it. I want it. Lots of divide buys with gold to power, infinite gold, making long distance cast deal massive damage is the short explanation. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got out of it. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Didn't seem like it was anything too arcane for the most part. Let's see here. Just put LARPA bounce on your teleport wand? Yeah, that won't be pure chaos, I'm sure. Notowiki confirms your hypothesis about fungal/coal pits. That's interesting, because it's one of those things, Schmimmeron, where I never really went into testing on that. I'm not sure. I guess it just manually says that, though. So people who read the code would already know that fact. But for the most part, I haven't done too much code reading myself, so it's not like I know everything about this game. I just know a bunch of things about this game. Let's see if we can murder this in a reasonable amount of time. It's a shame that fire isn't enough to stop them from coming out. There we go. There we go. Good stuff. Managed to kind of handle it. Good. We took a couple hits there, but nothing too serious. I'm actually really enjoying the fireworks here. They're pretty handy. See if we can dig a hole down before we need it later. That would be wise. Damn, that guy bleeds so much. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Just a couple shots of that will get us through. I want to make sure this bottom area is clear before I go doing anything else. It's funny because we've got 2 damage types on the energy sphere, and because of that, whenever I shoot him, I don't actually get teleported. Or I get teleported there and back really rapidly. Which is really, really goofy. But also good to know. That little guy was still bleeding even more after all of that. It's kind of crazy. Alright, beautiful. Got 1,100 gold, and our exit is almost secured. Just need to deal with these guys. It's so cool how enemies can, like, wave dash off of water, by the way. I've been meaning to play some more Melee in recent times. I try to play that game, like, off and on every couple months. And, like, don't play it for too long at any given time, because I know that I'll just ruin my hands if I do. But, I do very much enjoy Melee. It's a good time. It's a very good time. There we go. It's a good kill. This guy is pretty high priority. I like that I'm able to use the fireworks for multiple applications here. I can use it for damage as well as other stuff. Contact damage would be really helpful here, but I guess we'll have like a bunch of really good perks in the very near future, probably. Looking good. Just a couple more kills. Gotta aim a little bit better than that. Okay. Believe I'm all caught up. How you doing today, Pelgrin? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Let me just blow through these guys. Looking good. Whenever you see those little blobs with white eyes, it means that there's actually 2 of them stacked on top of one another. Which is definitely noteworthy. Because it means that you're probably going to get blown the heck up if you're not careful. Speaking of getting blown the heck up, let's do a little bit of this action. Good stuff. Let's see if we can hear all this before we jump into it. Looks like that mushroom probably teleported away. I'm going to risk it. Good stuff. Actually didn't have to do the teleport ourselves, which is ideal. Firestone's kind of fun. We've got a couple of them here, but I don't think there's that much we can do with it, sadly. Oh, hi. Alrighty. I'm very, very lucky. Dude, fireworks have actually been crushing it for me. Beautiful shot. That was really, really good. Pretty much everything in this fungal has been going borderline as well as it could, which is really nice. There's some rocks. I guess the one thing that could be going better is the luck with stuff. Luck has not been great. Everything else has been good, though. Although, I think just, like, playing well is probably more valuable than all the good stuff you can get out of fungal. Because, you know, that's how you be alive. Doesn't matter how good the stuff is in fungal if you're dead. Let's see what we got over here. RoboCop. A couple of shots on him. We'll hopefully do him in. There we go. Dude, fireworks. Fireworks are the future of early game Noita. Calling it here. Calling it here and now. Okay. Need to put this water down somewhere. Okay. I don't like the swapper making this spooky. Yeah, beat that swapper down. Beautiful. Oh, great. Now he's invincible, too. Lovely. Okay, well, I guess we'll leave him be. Hopefully that doesn't become a long-term problem. I guess we can maybe use this to deal with him. We don't really need the money, so we can just use other methods. Oh, nice. Nice little up warp there. Definitely what I was looking for. He's under the mushroom. There we go. Dealt with. RoboCops have been giving you so much trouble lately. They're real jerks, that's for certain. If they are one thing, it is a jerk. They're definitely jerk. Okay, let me see if we can pull this off without having too much issue. The swapper is not going to swap us as long as we continue using this shot type. Alrighty, good stuff. That went about as cleanly as it could have. And that's not what I'm looking for in life, that's for sure. This fungal is starting to grow risky. We are very, very close to one-shot range from a mushroom, which is never a good thing. The early game of Noita has been rather unkind in the past 2 runs, at least in terms of HP. Haven't really found much to work with. But I guess we'll make it function anyway. It'll be enough. Damn, I was hoping that would hit. Okay, there's some stuff going on here for sure. Whoops. Okay. I'm gonna, like, relocate, I think, and just hang out here for a moment. The gold orb thing is safe with ambrosia, right? Not that you need gold. Yeah, it is safe with ambrosia if you use it the way you're thinking, Alchemist. It's just, like, not that valuable is all. Like, I already have 2,000 gold. And the value that I'd get out of it is definitely not even a fraction of that. I think the most I could get out of it, like, theoretically, would be, like, 2,000 gold. But I've never even had more than, like, a couple hundred from one of those things. Pretty darn rare. Okay, so I think we should get out of here. We've kind of done everything that we can, at least for that part of the floor. We can take a brief look around. One of the nice parts about fungal caverns is there are no random jerks ruining everything, and by that I mean the shotgun Hisi, because he's kind of a beast. He's kind of really good at what he does. I almost got shot by that guy. Okay. There we go. But yeah, gold is not that big of a concern. So, that little gold orb strat, while kind of cool, probably not very necessary. Although we'll see. Maybe I need like 3,000 gold for something and I don't know it yet. It's one of those things. The earlier you can get the gold, the less you have to risk yourself for gold later in the run. Which is pretty valuable, I would say. Let's blow that up. Might be able to sneak through here. Not the best digging tool, but it works. It'll get us there. I love that you can shoot gold out of the air with your teleport bolts, by the way. That's so fun. This game really does have some fantastic movement options once you get like a couple things. It starts off pretty bad, but it gets good. Yeah, gold. That's the thing. It's funny because everybody was complaining about the pheromone glitch being like the most OP thing in the whole game. And you can tell the people who were complaining about it definitely don't know that much about Noita, because gold is not that important at all. It's probably one of the least important things in this game. It's useful to a point, and then after that, it's pretty much completely useless. Okay. Let's try and... I'm gonna get out of here. I've got the amount of HP now where I just want to leave. I'm just gonna ambrosia up. Nobody really uses that very much, though. Yeah, I mean... It's because it's like a pretty inefficient way of gathering gold. Overall. Okay, we've got electric immunity, which is good. That's halfway to thunder charge working, which would be pretty fun. I think that's probably what we're gonna do. And we're gonna have a relatively fast wand build available here too, which is great. Oh wait, oh no. I thought the always cast on that was something else. I might use this instead of the freeze charge then. We'll see. I'm gonna grab this just in case I get teleported. Spawns a temple guardian that is nigh unkillable kind of vibe. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely that kind of vibe, Retinger. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. The game is being very kind to us. Okay, well, just for funsies, I'll show this off really briefly. If it even casts. 120 plus 80. Yeah, it'll cast. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's fun. That's fun. That is very fun. Okay. So, if we were going to try and make, like, an optimal wand, we want the recharge time for sure. That's gonna be mandatory. Heavy spread. Do we have any multicast to speak of? Yeah, we have a triple here. We'll grab that. And I think this is gonna be pretty much it. Needs a divide by 10. True, true, true. I think I'm gonna be able to swap these out. That's pretty good. It's a little expensive. Let's try this instead. That's also pretty good. I don't know. The freeze charge wand is definitely going to be helpful later. But for now, it's not that good. Which is one of the big struggles. I should bring a chain spell with me because it has unique interactions with LARPA bounce. I'll see if I can show that off really quick. Okay. And then... I think it's something like this. So we put... I can't remember exactly how this works. Let's see if I can figure it out. So this is 80, and this is 80. This is 180, so that'll cast. So we do this. There we go. Oh wait, wrong wand. Hang on. It's so janky and dumb. So basically, I'm not sure if you guys are picking up on what's happening here. LARPA bounce lodges the chain bolt into the wall, and it expires without the bounce going off. So it stores the LARPA bounce in the wall. So the next shot that is fired will take LARPA bounce. And it can be anything. It could be an enemy's bullet. It could be any single shot that the player can fire. It can be literally anything. And it's really, really weird. I don't know if it can be a static projectile. Let's find out. I don't know if it worked that time. It did. That is jank. It's real jank, but it's pretty funny. So it doesn't work with static projectiles. That's good to know. But you can see, like it's just firing out of the wall and stuff. It's very funny. It's kind of, it requires like a little bit of setup. I don't know what you'd ever use this for, by the way. Like what would you use this for? And there's like a bunch of different setups you can do with this. You can also do this with phasing, plus just about any spell in the whole game. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like not that useful. It's just kind of funny. So there you go. There's your little knowledge drop for the day. We don't even need these heavy spreads on here, huh? That's pretty good. Let's take a look at the damage. Does LARPA bounce chain bolt digging Holy Mountain Brick? No, it does not dig Holy Mountain Brick. That's doing way more damage than that looks like, by the way. Let's dump a couple of these, and we'll grab a couple of those. You already dropped that egg boomerang knowledge on... my tiny brain can't handle this. Yeah, two crazy glitches in one day? What? It's one of those days. It's just one of those days. Looks like it took chunks out of the Holy Mountain. Those chunks were taken out of the Holy Mountain via the shot of Thunder Charge there, Dr. Crayon. It has a crumble effect, which allows you to do some digging with it. Not a ton, but a little. Just a little. What if I should go with this? It's lower. I wonder if I could get this going. It's kind of expensive. Didn't know about the Berserk Shield interaction either. Yeah, we're getting schooled today, aren't we? It's one of those days. One of those days. Okay. Before I jump into this next level, I'm gonna quickly grab some more water, and let's do just a very brief BRB. I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far today. And yeah, so far, so good. Other than that one death, but, you know, Noita is a game of dying, so it's kind of normal. Okay. One moment here, chat. Here's some music. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's do this thing. And there we go. Alrighty, back to the run. Actually, you know what? My throat is feeling a little bit better there. Sokolis, are you still here? You ready for your kazoo song? Let's do this thing. We're gonna do a little kazoo song before we continue. Prepare yourselves, chat. Here we go. Little kazooing incoming. I don't know if I know this one. I probably know this one. Wow, I freaking what what a show. I've never seen X-Files. There it is. That's the one. Hopefully Sokolis got that. Alrighty. Let us continue with the run. We've got an okay wand for now. Like, nothing too crazy. But hopefully it's just strong enough for us to kill everything. It definitely looks stronger than it actually is because of the red hint on stuff, but that's okay. Wow, he's still alive. It's actually kind of crazy. Kind of crazy and kind of unlikely. Okay, let's see if we can sneak up through here. I was hoping to get some better ice drops than that, but didn't really get what we were looking for. We took a bunch of damage. Funny spell you made, Fireball Orbit. Such a bad idea. Oh yeah, that is, that's definitely a tricky one to have function in a good way. That's for sure. Somebody's zooming out there, I can hear it. We've taken a bunch of damage already, which is definitely not a good thing. We gotta play this next floor a little bit closer to our chest, I think. Yeah, you can get some really, really good rewards out of this floor, but you gotta stay alive to do so. That's for certain. Okay, we missed all the good drops on their heads. The big problem with our current wand is that we're doing mostly drill damage, and all flying enemies have reduced damage taken from drills, which means that we're just doing less damage than we could be doing. Pyramid boss incoming? That's an interesting concept, but I don't know. Not sure if we should go for pyramid boss. It seems a little bit risky. Like, we could go in for a freeze kick, I guess. It's just a little spooky. Oh, look at that. Worm going to town. Eating the snowman. There's a pretty high Uko spawn rate over here, but that kind of puts my mind at ease seeing that guy. Feel like it's a lot less likely for an Uko and a lightning skull to spawn close together. Not sure if I've ever seen that. Okay. Grab a little bit of this. This worm really wants me dead. Not a bad shuffle, no. But probably not as good as what I already have. A mana would go a long way toward making this run a lot easier. I'm surprised by the amount of worms that we're getting. It's an awful lot of them. Okay. Let's see if we can go over this way. I might have to help my cat. She is, locked herself in the room somehow. She may need my assistance. We'll see. She might also just figure it out, though. Sometimes she does. And then other times she just feels needy. She decides to scratch at the door. We'll see. I'll give her a couple seconds at least to try and figure it out. That's a pretty good wand. It's definitely got the reduced cast delay, which is nice. I don't know. It's not really that helpful if I don't get the right stuff. Do I have a way back up? I don't. Going down is kind of an expensive endeavor, because it means that I'm kind of trapped on that path until much later. So maybe we will go and kill the pyramid boss next. That sounds like it might be a good idea. Hey, Fury. I'm not Fury, I'm Alias, but welcome on in, CCB. How you doing? Let me jump on up this way. Let me go over here. I honestly take that as an honor, though, to be... Oh, my goodness. Mistaken for Fury, though. I think that's probably a good thing. Okay. We're on a little bit lower of HP at this point, but we can still make it work. I think I heard an Uko above us, so we'll definitely have to be a little bit careful of that. Let's see what we can find. Maybe... Oh my goodness, look at the damage. I think he maybe blew himself up there, too. That's kind of how it's looking. He wandered quite a distance. I'm pretty sure he spawned in that crate over there. I guess it's possible he's still alive and like a level above where I thought I heard the sound. The 3D sound in this game is not really good enough to just like kind of go off of exclusively, sadly. I really wish it were that good, because that would make blindfolded runs in this game so much more convenient. But, yeah, we'll have to tackle that at a later date. Once I've got the streamer.bot thing set up properly, hopefully I'll be able to make it where you guys can basically text to chat me and tell me where to go. I think that'll be a really fun run. It'll probably be very, very hard, but I think it'll be doable. It shouldn't be too bad. And maybe I'll have to, like, set it up where it's, like, specific people can tell me where to go. Rather than everybody. Okay, let me jump up here. We're gonna go and murder that pyramid boss. We're gonna use this one to do it, too. That should be pretty effective. Okay. Got a little bit of HP up. Doesn't hurt anybody. I don't think it's even possible for the sound to be accurate with a side view like this. You'd need to have some pretty brilliant sound design, Sitter. I don't know how you would do it. I think it would just have to be, like, more levels, but I don't even know if that could be done. Look at this. Look at these skylands. Make sure you got your cameras out, chat. Make sure you got your cameras out. There's so many lovely skylands out today. I like to think that the skylands just kind of, like, drift around, potentially. It'd be cool. That'd be very neat. It's very, like, cool and windy out today, so my door keeps closing on its own. We do love a fine sky island, indeed. Indeed. Okay. We just punch in here. Alright. Hopefully this pyramid boss goes cleanly. I'm a little concerned, but I don't think I have too much reason to be. I think it'll go pretty easily. As long as there's not any too crazy of an enemy in here or something. I'm kind of stuck in the wall a little bit. There we go. I'm gonna hang out right here. Seems like a good spot. I don't like that at all. We gotta be really careful. We can be very, very liberal with our usage here. There we go. We just wanted to make sure that we didn't take any big hit. I have died to that pyramid boss a few too many times. He's still alive, isn't he? He is. He's got 1 HP left. You frick. You little frick. Look at him. He thinks he's all that. There we go. You got scared because you had the stream in the background and you thought someone hacked your PC and started taking screenshots on your system? Oh, no, QZ. That is not what happened. But that would be kind of funny. Okay, we got a garbage wand, but it's got red glimmer on it, which might be good enough to take. I think it is. That is just on its own strong enough. Only barely, though. So we didn't get, like, a big payout from Pyramid Boss. You can get some really nice wands out of him, but not this time. See all your embarrassing code. Oh, no. Okay. We've got 81 life, and we have to make it to Hisi base. In terms of, like, general goodness, what can I do? I could use the acceleration glitch to, like, phase into the tree. But that seems like it's kind of a bad idea. And also probably a bit of a waste of time, because I can probably just backtrack for notes later for much easier. But at least we've got, like, Nala now, and copy 3 random spells. Some good stuff. Dude, probably using go-to statements, filthy degenerate, wow. Imagine knowing anything else other than go-to statements. Okay. Let me see if we can sneak through here. I'm very much a pleb coder. I know, like, a teensy tiny bit from when I was in high school, but I did not continue with my coding at all. Okay. It's interesting how falling seems to drop your stain much slower than moving left and right. Definitely a bit of a weird thing. Using Python QZ, I see. Of course, it all makes sense now. Okay, are there a bunch of... Oh yeah, we killed them all. That's good news. I used to have a rule on this floor where I would always travel right to left, and my reasoning behind that was that it would guarantee that I wouldn't have to deal with the Hisi without having the bridge to kill them, which was pretty nice. Open mouth, my goodness. Isn't that a little extreme? Okay, that reduced Castellet wand would be quite helpful at this point. But that said, I don't really have enough HP to play around, so I think we'll just go. I think we're just ready to leave. One of those. Okay. So, yeah, 28 HP is easy lethal from that range. It's kind of scary. Oh. Ah. I don't know what I want to go with there yet, but we'll figure it out. Take one of these and one of these. My goodness, we've got so many lovely perks. Nothing too crazy OP just yet, but we're definitely, like, starting to get some really strong stuff. Okay, so we'll take these. And I already have enough spitters, but this can be my new teleport wand. You have a silly question? What time do you usually start streaming? That's not a silly question, because my stream times are a little bit weird sometimes, JT. So the latest I'll start streaming, my time is 2:30 p.m. And the earliest is whenever I am, like, awake and ready to go. Because sometimes I do just start streaming early. And at some point I'd like to consistently stream earlier. But it's one of those things where it doesn't happen easily. That's for sure. Okay, let's do one of these. And am I going to make this my new main wand? It's kind of terrible, isn't it? We don't have any good regen wands. Of course, JT. I'm sorry that I don't have a better answer for you. This wand is just inferior. So, we'll see if we can actually, by inferior, I suppose it's not actually fully inferior. Oh no. Right, wrong wand. There we go. That's pretty good. I guess that's the best we've got. Let's dump these out for now. Not gonna need any of it. Bifurcate's not good enough to hold on to. I wish I had, like, a better usage for this thing. But I really don't for now. We could do, like, some Nala with this. Maybe. And we'll take these two at least, because they have some potential. Python can be quite performant if you're handing off the right APIs. Python slash TensorFlow can beat naive C implementations. I don't know what any of that means. But that's good to... hopefully somebody learned something from that. Let's see here. I mean, I think what that boils down to is every programming language has, like, somewhat of a purpose to some degree. That's how I understood that. Let's see if we can throw these out. Would double plus damage deal more than 3 digging bolts? I'm pretty sure it would slow us down a lot. And we don't have double, we've got, like, bifurcate. I guess we could leave it as a triple and then do this. But, maybe? It might be better. It is, like, a lot slower shooting. But it's also slower mana drain, too. We could go with something like this, maybe. And that would kind of do a lot of damage. I wonder if I could get away with, this, maybe. That's kind of fun. Let's try that out. That looks like it's the most fun. We're gonna use this. Occasionally, it seems like it does some crazy shit. Yeah, that is definitely doing the damage. So that's good. This randomized spell nature of it is a little bit weird. Maybe I should limit the randomization of it down to like a guaranteed triplicate instead. So we could put that there, and then it's gonna guaranteed do the same thing every time. And that might be a little bit better. That seems pretty strong. Let's go with that for now. It's just like a lot of triplicate shots that all do pretty significant damage. That definitely seems to be our best bet so far. I'm hating all of the propane tanks kicking around. Definitely not what I want to see. I might swap the drill out as well, even. We'll see. This is definitely a scenario where I should just take this. I'm electric immune, aren't I? Yeah, I am. This game is so silly. It really is. You can just do some really dumb stuff. And nobody can say anything. This wand is so damn overkill. I disagree. I think this wand is just the correct amount of kill. If it were overkill, we would be not seeing the enemies at all. We are definitely seeing the enemies. I'm getting in the thick of it. Also, enemies aren't getting one hit. The random spells won't cast discarded spells. That is correct. So you can make random spells consistent if you organize it correctly. Which is precisely what we've done on this wand build. There we go. Let's see if we can land that shot. There we go. Trying to clear as much of this mess as we can. Boy howdy, there are a lot of explosives going on. That was a nasty shot by him. Damn. Surprised he managed that. There we go. Every now and then it feels like this thing does way more damage than it should. And I kind of love it. Don't want to be on fire. We also don't want to get exploded. These are kind of the two things we're working against. Especially with all the fire, there's a lot of it. Does random spell have a draw? Random spell can't draw itself, if that's what you're wondering. But yeah, it does cost a draw. The game isn't broken, therefore Alias is isn't trying. Wait, calling a throw incoming. What? What do you mean? We're too weak to win. Is that what you're saying, Gotens? Also, how you doing? Welcome on in. Let's see here. Shoot this guy. It's weird how the triplicates seem to be traveling much faster than they normally do. I wonder what that's all about. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Thank you, game. That is very kind of you. Well, now we've got two of them to play with. You have more than 2 frames, you aren't trying. Yeah, I guess. That sounds about correct. Dude, this thing absolutely shreds. It's very good. My goodness. Do you have copy 3 or copy thrice? We have copy 3 random spells. 2 different copy 3 random spells. That we will hopefully be able to get both of onto a wand at some point. Because that would be really funny. Okay. Got a couple wands kicking around here. And I'm definitely for it. Because I could use some wands. Kind of been using the same gobbledygook for a little bit too long here. What do we have over here? Buoyancy? We'll take that, at the very least. Decelerating is kind of funny, but I don't think it's good enough. It doesn't really do much in any of the builds that I currently have. That's kind of a shame. Oh, hi. That guy just had a wand. Kind of terrifying. Okay. Looks like we're mostly good. That guy was a little bit rude, but he's dead now. Okay. We should be able to dig back through and take that same angle. Maybe that same angle actually isn't feasible. I'm just gonna have to dig instead. I have to hope not to eat anything. There we go. Beautiful. Eating oil or like anything that you're not supposed to really sucks in this game. You just end up taking so much damage from it. This wand shoots a lot faster than I originally expected, which is really nice. Okay, there's kind of a lot going on here. And not to mention all the explosives surrounding me. It's kind of terrifying. Okay. More explosives, very cool. I'm not sure if anybody saw the double propane tank in there, but that was kind of my primary fear there for a fair amount of time. Thankfully, it's mostly dealt with now. Pretty sure we won't have to worry about them anymore. Okay. Just don't get exploded is really my primary requisite. This level is actually kind of one of the scariest levels in the game, isn't it? I feel like for a long time, I've felt this biome is really not that scary. But I'm kind of going back around on that these days, where I think this biome is just like kind of terrifying, especially because of all the explosives. Like any random explosive can just instantly end your run. And they're all over the place. Not to mention the electricity. Like, it's a little bit rarer on this floor than the previous, but that doesn't stop it from existing. Yeah, lack of immunity is definitely a big issue. It's very true. If you have the immunity, you're kind of set. If you don't, it's pretty scary. Biggest roadblock for learning the game. That's interesting. I'm gonna run a poll and see what people say. /poll. Which floor did you get stuck on when you were learning? We're gonna go, first floor, second floor, third floor, or, PC base. I guess I should name third floor Frozen Depths. That's what it is. And we'll have like a 2-minute poll on that, and you guys can... I want to see if it's people getting stuck on Hisi or people getting stuck on the third floor. Because I feel like a lot of people get stuck on the third floor, and then the people who don't get stuck on the third floor get stuck on the fourth floor. And it's generally one or the other. I want to see which one people get stuck on more often. I guess maybe I should have had a both option, but that'll be a good starting indicator, I suppose. Ambrosia, more ambrosia. Skelix, thank you for the follow. Hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. Rip ambrosia. I'm going. Save it! Yes! We saved the ambrosia! But it was at the cost of our old ambrosia. So rip. I think you're close. The reason Hisi is so awful is because the third floor is fairly easy to navigate through. It's also really dangerous. Yeah, one life of ambrosia for another. Indeed. Okay. Feeling pretty good about this run for the most part. I just need a better wand. Wonder if we found any broken wands that we didn't use. There we go. As all things should be. I still haven't watched the Avengers, any of them, because it feels like you should watch all of the other movies to understand what's happening. And I haven't watched 99% of the other Marvel movies. I've seen like a couple of them, but, you know. At this point, like, those movies are just, like, memed about enough where that's how I know about them. It's one of those things. Okay, ooh, we got blood. And we got ground to sand. And we got movement speed. Hisi base is where 57% of people get stuck. Frozen depth is 30%. So some people did get stuck on the second and first floor. That's pretty neat. That is pretty darn neat right there. I know, depending on, like, how blind you go in, sometimes it's, like, really weird to be like, alright, where am I supposed to go? And then that's the sort of person who probably gets stuck on the first floor. You get pretty confused if you just go right to Infinity War, for sure, Sitter. I mean, I watched Guardians of the Galaxy, and I've watched Black Panther, and I've watched Venom. Wait, are those... some DC Marvel fan is gonna get really upset, because those are two different groups, aren't they? It's one of those things. I feel like it's mostly the propane tanks that got me. That's fair. Disclaimer, Maelstrom. I was stuck on the first floor because I was rebelling against an obvious dungeon entrance and wanted to find everything out about what wasn't in the dungeon first. I've died a lot in the process. That's really cool, Maelstrom. Yeah, I know. I tried to like explore outside the first floor a fair bit early on too. I learned about the pyramid boss and slew him way before I ever killed the last boss, which is funny. It's Sony Marvel, so not really. Interesting. You went in way too knowledgeable and just was limited by your application of knowledge, so kept dying in fungal. So technically, the second floor, but once your skill caught up with your knowledge, you managed to steamroll Hisi base. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Kopi. I'm sure that there's quite a few like stream watcher type players who end up like, you know, they got the giant throbbing brain and they can just get through it easy peasy. But you know, you do need to have that that basic game mechanical skill as well to be able to make it through. Okay, so nothing else here is really that valuable. I'm gonna take the faster movement speed and then I'll reroll. Oh, never mind. We're just gonna get unlucky. I mean, not like I can say much considering the luck that we have had thus far. What if we do this? Is this funny? Yeah, it's pretty funny. That is... Seems pretty funny. I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to this. Look at the big tui. Just giant chunk of blood. Okay. What if we did this? How much damage does that do? Not that much. With homing, that would be great. Yeah. It would be pretty good with homing. I think that's just like a giant mana waste. I think we stick with this. Does it need this to cast? Let's see. Maybe? I don't know yet. I'm gonna say yes, it does. Okay. So feeling pretty good about my current setup, even though it's kind of bad and funny. Mina's legs have gotten so absolutely ripped, by the way, kicking around several 100-pound statue like a ball. Not to mention the constant, like, running and jumping that I put them through. That's also a bit of a thing. Okay. Alrighty, so this next floor is probably not gonna go super well. I don't know, we should be able to, like, blow up the dragon in 2 hits, but we'll see. We'll see what our damage is looking like. We're definitely gonna, like, liquefy everything we shoot, which is good. This is a really fun wand build. I'm super pleased to have something so strange and so, like, kind of balanced also. Like, it's a pretty fair build. Every now and then it just goes so crazy. Okay. I definitely want to go down there and check out whatever this is. Wow, that's a lot of regen. It's also 6 capacity. I think we should swap to that. We might be able to shoot fast with it. We'll see. Okay, so if we put this here and then just move all of this over, hopefully it's got enough mana to shoot. It's gonna be a little bit tight, maybe? No, it's not at all. Okay. Well, that's good news. Can we make it fast? We'd have to... I think we'd have to maybe tune down the damage a little bit to make it fast. Yeah, it's not good. It is not good. That's kind of lame. Decidedly relatively lame. I guess if we just do this, like, it's pretty okay. It shoots consistently forever, which is definitely nice. We'll take the quadcast with us, and we'll dump red onto here, I guess. And there's not too many other changes that I can make here. Okay. We're definitely, like, very low on inventory space. I want to keep chain bolt because it's funny. Spark bolt is like, you know, it's a spark bolt. You've all seen what spark bolt does. We don't need that. Let's leave this behind because we've got buoyancy, and this should be good. All right. How does chain bolt do instead of shotgun? It'll do a lot less damage, and I guess it will home, so there's that. We could give it a shot and see how it goes. That does about double. So 1,200 versus 900, 1,900. Chain bolt is an interesting projectile. I personally don't like it that much, just because it has like serious aiming problems. I like homing is bad. At like a relatively high level of play, I think homing just becomes not very helpful because it basically, you lose control over where your shots go, which is a negative thing. And that's why I like it a lot less than a perfectly accurate spell that goes exactly where I want it to. One of the most important things in Noita is, like, being precise. And it kind of, you lose your precision with anything that homes. That's why you put it on a trigger. Yeah, I guess that helps a fair amount. That's pretty reasonable. My goodness. My door keeps opening and closing on its own because of the wind. It's one of those days where we're haunted. Casual we're haunted day. Grab a couple of these. Nothing beats black hole with homing perk. That sounds like a pretty dangerous combination there. I don't know. Not sold. Also, Ephemeris, how are you doing today? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's do a little bit of this. And time to fight for our lives. Got a 1-up, so hopefully we're okay. Slow field and boomerang black hole. There we go. That's pretty good. Ooh, we've got spiral shot. That's fun. That would cause a lot of lag. This wand actually has more inventory space, and we've got Spark Bolt double trigger, which is nice. Definitely some fun spells, but also some risky ones at that. I think this one just might lag me to death. We'll see. I'd like to find one more wand to get rid of my current digging wand, because it's quite bad. And we can find lots of really good stuff on this floor. Why water on top of the egg? I just wetted myself down, so that way I didn't have any slimy on me, because that would affect my dodging. So, yeah, there was no real reason for water to be on top of the egg. It was just that water ended up on top of the egg because I wanted to not have any slime on me, Rycross. And I applied a little bit of ambrosia to myself afterward, because I hadn't really thought through exactly how I wanted to set it up. And if we've got spare ambrosia, we might as well use it. That was where I was at with that. Okay. Nothing too crazy going on here. Everything's looking pretty standard. I'm really banking on finding a decent wand somewhere in here, though. That would go a long way. Finally figured out Novdrift, how to make split shot barrage good. Now Pew 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 is immense. Nice. I tend to find that most of the like pure assault builds, Ephemeris, they can get the base game done well enough, but their end games tend to be pretty bad, which is like kind of strange, but that definitely feels like that is the case. And you have to do some real shenanigans to make those sort of things good. But if it's working for you, that's awesome. This might be the wand we take. I'm gonna dig straight down from here, and if I don't find anything better on the way, then that's probably what we'll end up using. There we go. Those mages always come in pairs of 2. Maybe we killed both of them. Oh, nice. Chain spell is pretty funny. This is a bit of a pathway. This level's kind of massive. I love the jungle. It's really cool. Also, this wand is pretty funny. Oh! Treasure chest with the X2. Oh, man. Alrighty. Well, that's funny. That is very funny. I don't know how that's gonna perform on this thing. I never get to use X2. It's the rarest spell in the whole dang game sometimes. It's really bad, too. It used to be, like, one of the best spells in the game before Moo got nerfed, but it's still pretty good, I guess. The biggest problem with 2X is that it's incredibly imprecise, and it's, like, super clunky to build wands with. But I bet if you did some really clever stuff with, what's the one spell? If you did some clever stuff with some of the requirement spells, I'm sure you could make it consistent. Which I look forward to seeing at some point in the future. All the records seem to be using other stuff, but for now, you want the barrage dopamine. Nice. I mean, use whatever you enjoy. That's the important part. But yeah, one of the builds that I really like is the crazy orbit apotheosis build, and you just move at max speed with that, and that's a really neat one. Because you just make, like, the giant orbit circles to kill everything. And then you have, like, Maelstrom to pull them all in. Okay, so we're gonna grab this thing. We're gonna get out of here. What's up, Michaela? What's that? You want me to kill a spider? Well, why would you kill it? Yeah. Okay. Well, that means you have to take over. Okay, where is it? It's making a nest. Okay.
On my piece of my...
Oh, okay. Well, that seems like a problem.
In general, have been making nests on my things lately.
Yeah, you can talk about the spider in your USB port. That's a funny one.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill it. I'm just gonna take it outside.
I think it might be a brown recluse.
Doubt? Big doubt.
Well, look at it.
If it's a recluse, then I'm not playing it again.
Well, take it outside then, please.
No.
It's not moving. I just don't have the energy to deal with a spider right now. Told you. I was trying to... What? What about jungle spiders? Don't show it! Oh. It's awesome.
There he is. Old spider guy. Lick it.
Make sure you take that. Yeah, and I was discovering it by... I was trying to, like, clean... Wait. Oh, no. He didn't pause? Escape? There. Okay. Sheesh. Also, hello, Ephemeris. I saw Ephemeris said hi. And... Ice Bear... Yeah. Yeah, those them spiders. hello, magic creeper. Yeah, there was, I was trying to clean off my desk. Like, I finally got a file thing so I can be an adult and put my, papers in a filing thing so that they're not just in a box. And, I was going through everything, and then I, like, was picking up some papers on my sewing desk, and my finger touched something very gross, and I was like, what the heck is that? And it was it was a spider, like, nest sack thing. And I was like, what the frick? No! But there was no spider there, and I was like, okay, where the heck is a spider? So I took that off. It didn't have any eggs in it, by the way. It was, like, already open, so I was assuming a spider had already hatched, like a bunch of spiders, but, so I took that off, and then I went back to look under the other papers, and I was like, oh frick, there's the spider. On my sewing machine piece, making a nest like a creeper. I mean, I like spiders, just not when they're, like, making their homes in my things that I have to be around. Yeah?
I locked myself out.
Oh, too bad. My stream now.
Get the front.
Corbin locked himself out of the apartment. Be right back! Captain Alias. So much hurt spider just trying to bond over shared hobby of weaving. Yeah, true, I guess. I've Noida challenge play locked outside your house without the keys. Wow. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past Corbin to find a way to do that. Spiders can live with me as long as they earn their rem by preventing all bedbugs, other small critters. Do they actually eat bedbugs? That's cool. See, I usually, like, if they're going around, I let them be. But there's some instances where I'm like,
Alright. Back.
Spider. Oh, is that what the spider is? Shooter? Think that's the spider we had? US spiders are fine, other countries' spiders scare me. Yeah, our spiders aren't too bad. We have a couple that are kinda, yeah.
A couple deadly ones.
But not like tarantula level.
Tarantulas aren't even deadly.
But they're
just big.
terrible. Well, I mean, cool, but really creepy.
Pelgrin told us to post spiders. Oh no.
No!
Goodness.
What if they both locked themselves up? I thought of that, Ephemeris. I didn't take my keys, but I just, like, let them in, so.
Yeah.
Had to make sure I didn't go in.
Yeah, that was not the spider that we saw. Okay.
Where?
Wow, we were being shot at?
Yeah, because you didn't pause. and then I had to pause.
You had to pause.
Chat was screaming
Why didn't you just kill him?
at me to pause the game.
Wow, imagine if we died.
Imagine.
Imagine, Michaela. Alrighty. Well, we're good. We're good. Nothing to worry about, chat. Ooh, oh my god. This is about to get out of hand. Hi.
Thank
What's
you.
up, Michaela?
Thank you for taking that.
You're welcome. He will probably not be a problem ever again. To you. To somebody else, possibly. Okay, let's make the dumbest wand of all time, I guess. We're not gonna have the mana to make the wand that I want to make. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. This is gonna get really out of hand. This is very, very stupid so far. Okay. We're not gonna have the mana to run whatever we're trying to run here. I'll tell you that right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that thing. How much did that cost? It cost nearly everything. Hang on. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. We need like a better wand. We don't have enough mana to cast it. This is pretty good. Do we roll these? I think we take this one and then we'll roll the rest. Okay. That's pretty strong. Alrighty. Well, I don't think we need to do too much other than that. I guess we'll take this because it would be really funny. Imagine taking Breathless at this point. What? what for Infinite? We are already like we've perfected moving through that stuff. We don't need that anymore. Okay. Is this the optimal setup? Could you stack heavy shots instead of triplicates? Right now it's stacking everything. Can you make you can make saws safe with Nala? True, but also not true because the math on this shit would definitely break it somehow and I'd get frickin' mowed down in an instant. There's no way I don't instantly die to some crazy bullshit with this thing. Just made my first OP bouncy homing machine gun wand. Congrats, Magic Creeper. That's a big milestone. That is a strong one for sure. Okay. So this thing seems pretty good. Let's see if we can move these onto here. We're we're certainly in some sort of shape. This is quite the run. I'm gonna swap that over for the quad right there. And how do we make more inventory space? That's kind of where I'm at with this, is I just need more inventory space. This thing is so stupid. Oh my god. I don't know if this is even remotely working the way I want it to. What if we put this here? Are you running 2 times 3 random spells? No, I'm running... So if it hits the 2x... I don't think there's any way of knowing how many random spells I'm running, but it's a fucking lot. Like, it's a lot. A lot. So it has... So this one has a chance to copy between these two multiple times. This one has the chance to copy between these three times. In fact, this one might always guaranteed hit these 3, and then this one's gonna hit these 2, and then pick another one. I don't know. It's weird. It's a really weird build. I don't even know if it's actually, like, good in any way, but it is pretty funny. It is pretty darn funny, to say the least. And what could matter more than making the funniest wand possible? Are you using modded spells or are those vanilla? They're vanilla. You have to unlock them. Oh my goodness. Okay, is everything dead down there? Somehow the answer is no. The amount of kick on this thing is wild. Okay. We might want to swap to a different setup, maybe? I don't know. This is pretty good. It's pretty darn good. Oh, there's Berserkium. Fun. Yeah, they're unlockable spells, and they're some pretty spicy ones at that, depending on how you use them. Noita equivalent of a Desert Eagle. Kinda, yeah. It definitely feels that way. Just insane amounts of kick. Also insane amounts of damage and perfectly accurate. Or at least as accurate as the user. Which is good. Because generally I'm relatively accurate. Oh my god. That thing died insanely hard. Okay. I want to find, like, a couple more things. That, like, we need, like, one more insane wand. And then this thing will punch insanely, insanely hard. This thing sends me absolutely flying every time I shoot. It's so good. The knockback is wonderful. Maybe we should just go to the next floor. That might be the correct play. We do have a pretty decent amount of health to play around with. And I've got Nala Gigasaw, so I can technically come back if I want, which is good. I think that's what we'll do. We'll just potentially come back if we need to. This is a really funny wand build, though. It's very rare that I build, like, really strong single-shot guns like this. But this is definitely a fun one. Oh, man. You can see that I'm kind of getting bullied by the little guys, though. Just because it does a pretty poor job of dealing with them. I would definitely like to do something about that. I'm not really sure what I can do about it currently. Okay, we got freeze charge, we got phasing. Oh my god, we got concentrated spells. Okay, well, let's buoyancy. I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get any wands, but I guess we got these things to play with at least. Okay, so since we got concentrated spells, we should definitely just take that and then replace this with phasing probably and see how that plays. I mean, you know, yeah, pretty good, pretty okay, pretty decent. It seems acceptable. Let's roll these. Revenge explosion, we can do better. Telekinesis, we can still do better. Extra perk again. Don't make me laugh. Boomerang. Oh man. If only we had a hollow egg, I would go for it. I want the bouncing spells, by the way. That would probably be pretty good. I guess we can just steal it. It's not really a concern. Ow! Right, concentrated spells is going to do damage to me now. Okay, so we will take that over that, probably. And that should work pretty well. Alright, let's give this a quick try. Alright. Seems good. Seems good. Fairly good, at least. Good enough. It'll do. Okay, so I'm pretty confident we're gonna keep this one now. So Let's just dump some extra garbage on there. We can backtrack a little bit. There goes Steven. Oh my god. Phasing might be really, really wild on this, by the way, because of the way it gets kind of like mass teleported. So this might just like phase through walls and kill things, which I am definitely not against. Love everything about that guy being dead. It's ideal. It's very cool looking. Yeah, it's a pretty neat wand. Rave time. Dude, that's always a really satisfying thing when you one-shot that guy. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. The homing is definitely worse. Looks more like a murderous chain bolt at this point. Chain spell does turn things into chain bolt, essentially. That makes sense. Oh my goodness. Lift Game Sleep, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Hope you had a lovely stream. What were you up to today? You playing some Noita, perhaps? It looks like a Terraria weapon more than a Noita wand. That's really funny. It's interesting. I feel like that doesn't happen that often in this game. But yeah, what were you up to today, Lift Game Sleep? Let me just jump over this way. I gotta be careful. Just played some Noita for the first time. That's awesome. Well, welcome on in. Welcome into the Noita community. I hope you enjoyed yourself. This game is freaking sweet. Everybody, if you're interested in seeing some fresh Noita gameplay, you got Lift Game Sleep for that. There you go. Wonderful. Was playing Cuphead before you dig the Dark Souls summoning sound? Yeah, I'm a bit of a Souls fan. Ever since Dark Souls 1, I've enjoyed all of the Souls games. Although that said, I am still definitely most in love with Dark Souls 1. It just happens to be the best one for me, as it turns out. Yeah, just everything about it. I think it's like the jank. I love jank. That's something you will come to know about me. Jank is wonderful. And, this game also has no shortage of jank, in case you were wondering. I really need to find a better wand. One with some actual good mana regen and max mana. You rotated on them non-stop for way too long. That is very relatable for sure. Are you just winning or doing something more with this run? I do plan on just winning. I did not have plans of anything greater than that. Because, yeah, it was just a goof around run after we died on our previous one. Ooh. A little bit of stuff going on here. God, this wand is crazy. It kind of like lags a little bit every time this thing goes flying. Which I kind of appreciate. Whenever your wand just like lags just from shooting it, it feels pretty good. Let me jump on over this way. I would love to murder this guy. I'm kind of struggling to find where his origin point is. Figured it would be somewhere near here. Wow, we actually managed to destroy that Ambrosia. That's kind of sad. I was hoping that would have been something I could salvage. Okay. Maybe the last place will actually... Oh my god. Well, it's a bit of a teleport. Thank you, phasing. That's so wild. Phasing took me so far there because of the swapper. Yeah, a little bit monka, but we're fine. Nothing too bad to worry about. That's the wand. This is the wand. Yes. Yes. That's the longest swapper I've ever seen. I've definitely had like slightly longer swaps than that, but it was with a different patch. Was the daily trash? The daily was good, but I got myself killed because I was, I had like a really strong shield, and then I got berserked, and the shield instantly killed me. So that's what happened there. How far into this run are you? So in terms of time, let's see. Probably an hour, give or take. maybe an hour and a half. And in terms of like distance to completion, I'm in the level directly before the last boss here. So yeah, I understand if you're looking to dodge spoilers or anything there, Lift Game Sleep. But yeah, this game, there's so much to see. It's hard to like use this information if you haven't like gotten here before. That's another bit of this game. You at least have to have been there to like know how to use the information to some degree. Okay. Don't really know if I could spoil much here. Yeah, it's one of those things. One of those things where you gotta have like a pretty strong understanding of the game to fully comprehend all the craziness, especially for like a day one sort of situation. Day one is pretty wild. It's all just a dream. Exactly. That is Noita. It's just a dream. Okay. So we're gonna have the mana to do really dumb stuff. I think we're just gonna go. I think we've got everything we need. We just need to go and murder the Steven. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna use this new wand. I am going to... Do I have enough money to roll this? I do. Give me explosion immunity. These are not explosion immunity. I can't roll again, can I? Nope. No, I cannot. All right, well, we're probably gonna die. This is gonna get really dumb, but that's okay. We're just gonna take a deep breath and hope we live. I think that's where we're gonna be at with this wand. Okay, let's shift all of this over to here, and then we're gonna shoot it as is, see how it runs, and then we're gonna adjust it however we need. So, step 1 is apply that stuff. Step 2 is shoot. Oh my god. Why did it just disappear? Oh my god. Hang on. Take the phasing off briefly. that ball of death is terrifying. That is so scary. Hang on. What if we replace this with this? Oh my god. Okay. We can put Venom Curse on here now. We can put Thunder Charge and this on there. This might just bury me forever. We'll see. I'm a little scared. That's something, isn't it? Nice terror stick you have there. Thanks. It's a work in progress. Hang on, let's do one of these. That is... that is terrifying. Oh my god, that's spooky. Okay, let's pull that off and put this back on. Okay. That is really cool looking. That's something, isn't it? That is a lot of fun. I wonder if this would be better. Chain bolt? Yeah, we'll try chain bolt as well. Look at all the extra shots like spouting out of it. That's so funny. Okay, and then one of these. Oh my god. Alrighty. Plato says need to add infinite on a couple of those spells. That would be pretty neat. You want to eat this pile? Why? Why not throw in Plasma Orbit? Because it's scary, that's why. Oh my god, all the water is instantly evaporated. Okay. What if we do this? That's kind of cool. It felt like less, though. Like a lot less. What if we do this? Yeah, that's kind of lame. I'm not doing Saw Blade. Soblin is the one that I'm not doing. I want to live, damn it. But it would be so cool. I've died like this too many times. I'm not doing this again. God damn it. This has happened to. I've lived this life, okay? I've experienced this death before. I'm gonna learn from my mistakes and not die that way again. Do it for me. I refuse. Yeah, I can saw blade after. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. That's gonna go there. What else can I cram on this thing that would be funny? I liked when you got the lightning to work with phasing. Yeah, the phasing definitely made it look really cool. That's true. Why not do the saw blade while you're ambrosiaed? Because it's gonna eat the ground underneath me and my ambrosia is gonna tick away, fat cat. That's why. Oh my god, look at that. Seems like divide by after random spells was even crazier. Theoretically, it should be even crazier, yeah. Oh my god. the little... There's just like a moment of, you don't even get to see the insanity that's happening underneath. That's really funny. Okay. Wait, there's another divide by here? What? What are we doing? Oh my god. Ow. For a second, I thought I was about to die. Okay. Give me the divide by. That's what I'm here for. Yes. Lift Game Sleep, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on into the Armada, and welcome on into the Noita community. I hope you end up enjoying yourself. Alrighty. So, we're gonna put this divide by 2 on here. And we'll just put it right there. That looks great. Crazy Seed. It's a pretty funny one, that's for sure. Okay. How the hell did you, do that? I missed it. Oh, we have Circle of Buoyancy. And Circle of Buoyancy is crazy. Hattie Waddy, thank you for the follow as well. Much appreciated. Hope you've been enjoying the streams so far. Oh my god. This thing is so dumb. I only have one shot left of this. I'll use it though. It's such a stupid sound. I'm stuck. I got jammed inside of this thing. Oh my god. Not like this. God, please. Get personal space. My goodness. All right. Let's get this off of there. Saw blade will get me out. True, true. It's one of the best so far. Hope to see more Noita content in the future too. Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna be slowing down on the Noita content in the foreseeable future. Just continuing with our regular schedule. Okay, so this looks good. I think we're set up for the most part. Maybe I should throw this on for fun. Yeah, let's shoot this thing once. That is just like a death ball right there. That's kind of cool. But what about phasing, though? This shot that's going crazy is way down there. Yeah, so when that's what Kopi Human says. So basically, when a spell from a holy mountain exits the holy mountain, it can be stolen. Technically, the hitbox for the holy mountain ends at the ceiling. Circle of Buoyancy, lovingly named Circle of Stealing for this reason, can be used to move the edge of the hitbox up, making them free. Indeed. It's very, very cool. Yeah, drilling them out is another good strategy. You can also use a speed tentacle. That's also effective. What is your schedule? For me, it's 4 a.m. here in Finland. And on that note, I gotta head to bed soon, I suppose. So I normally start at around 2:30, so 3 hours earlier than the time currently. So I'm definitely a little bit of an awkward view for any people overseas, unfortunately. But I'll continue to mess around with that as we go. Finland sounds dope, indeed. But yeah, on top of that, we've also got the VOD channel fully operational as well, if that's something that interests you. Exclamation mark YouTube. Any method for moving spells works. The most convenient is Circle of Buoyancy. Drilling and tentacles are valid options. Even using the tablet is a valid option. Was I in the army? No, definitely not. Not me, Crying Anger Baby. My favorite bands are from there. That's awesome. Yeah, Finland makes good stuff. They've made some great games. Usually watch streams late at night. So it still works for you for a couple hours? Nice. Well, there you go. Okay. I think we're gonna go with this without the phasing, because it's probably gonna be way cooler without the phasing. And, yeah, this is as cool as we're gonna get it for our boss kill. Which is pretty cool, but, you know, definitely could be even cooler, potentially. He's dead. He's dead. It's surprisingly calm. Yeah, let's go grab the Omega disc now. Okay, so let's throw this on. And we'll throw this on as well. This should be kind of terrifying. Okay. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so dead. Oh, okay. Good stuff. Beautiful. You played this game for 50 hours, still don't recognize half those spells. There's just so many to mess around with, Endo. Makes sense. Oh, man. GG. That was a good, just, like, random run. That was very solid. I enjoyed that. Okay. So we've been doing... What was that? That's a way to die, I guess. Indeed. Indeed it is. Okay. So, with that... I'm pretty happy with our Noita session. We're going to be swapping over to Celeste now, which is a game that I've been playing through. We're very close to the end now, so I want to make sure that I at least beat the base game and then maybe go do some B-sides and whatnot. Remember the last time you had a sounding? And it's still just as amazing. It's quite something, Sutter, indeed. I did see that video, Sexy Girl, where the dog eats the entire burrito in one go. It's pretty impressive. Is very impressive. Yeah, so if you're here specifically for Noita, I understand, but we're going to be doing some Celeste now. Feel free to follow if you would like to see more Noita, as that is what we'll be doing some more of. Have a good one there, Hattie. Have a good sleep. We'll catch you later. And let's see if we can at least beat, like, the top of the mountain for Celeste today. We're trying to climb to the summit here. For some reason, the game is broken. There we go. There we go. That is incorrect size. Please hold. I'm gonna fix that in just a moment. Let me just swap over the title and everything. Celeste. Oh wait, do we have Retinger here? Reaching for the summit on my first playthrough of Celeste. Here we go. Let's go with something like that. Seems good. Alrighty. This is clearly or incorrectly sized. Let's rescale it. Actually, maybe I can just rescale in game. Let's see. Maybe we've got the size wrong in game. Full screen. Adjust screen size. Oh, weird. Okay. Looks like there's not much to do with that setting. So we'll just do this. There we go. Problem solved. I've been trying to consolidate down some of my what's the word? Desync on? Yeah, I mean for consistency and stuff. Okay. So, all right. So last time we left off, I was trying to figure out how to get into here. And I just did a quick loop around and I figured it out. Wander Overlay is gone now in Celeste category, right? Nice little improvement there, Half Bro. That's awesome. So yeah, we managed to sneak through here, and that's how we got our little rewards. And now we just have to open this up. So yeah, for those of you who haven't seen this game before, it is a basically puzzle platformer, to put it very simply. Oof, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm double dead. Do one of these. Whoops. I keep pressing the buttons wrong. That's going to happen a little bit here and there. Oh, man. How do I do this? Oh, I see. I have to wait for this to come back up. You know, I'm going to be better off grabbing this as my checkpoint. And then I can just come back. I think I might be able to do something like this to pick up some momentum. Yeah, that didn't quite work. Damn. It seems like I'm not getting enough height out of it. Oh, look at that. That was some insane cheese. I can't believe we pulled that off. That felt pretty unlikely. But we managed to get it. So yeah, this is a very technical platformer, puzzle platformer, I suppose. Whoops, I'm dead. I wonder if... Okay, cool. So I'm good for that part at least. I don't know what the timing is going to look like on this yet. So we'll just have to figure it out as we go. Okay, we've already got like our double jump and stuff, which is super nice. Double jump is lovely. We just got to keep an eye out for secrets and stuff. Okay. There we go. A Chungus type game. I don't know if you'd count this one as a Chungus type game. Have you watched the speedruns of this game yet? Not yet. That's something that's on the docket. I watched a task. Yeah, I saw like a one level task. We watched that together on stream. Oops, I messed that up just barely. But yeah, apparently there's just like 2 really good players total. What the hell is a Chungus type game? It's like a Strand type game in that it's not a real genre. Frick. It's a made up genre. Okay, beautiful. We kind of clutched that pretty good. Let's see what we got down here. Looks like there's a couple pathways, maybe? Maybe I come back this way. I've definitely been trying my best to get, like, all the secrets. I'm gonna die here. That's just me pressing buttons incorrectly. I am dead again. I cannot miss. I mean, I can miss, but I cannot afford to miss. Whoops. I'm so dead. Okay. That was just gonna happen no matter what. Looks like this might be a bit of a sequence room. Whoops. Yeah, this one will take a little bit of time. But we'll get the hang of it. The Completionist? I don't know about that. Have you tried Streets of Rogue? It's on sale at the moment on Steam. I feel like I've watched a lot of Streets of Rogue. I'm pretty sure I have. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I definitely watched it from the perspective of somebody who's just, like, watching a video game and not, like, in the shopping for it sort of thing. So maybe I would like it, but I definitely need to look at it from that perspective instead of just as like a viewer sort of thing, if that makes sense. Because I definitely don't know enough about it. Look at that. We're doing pretty good with the secrets so far. Okay. Gotta keep an eye out. Wow, that was something. Look at this. How do we bust through here, I wonder? There must be some sort of way to activate that. Oh, that's just a death fall. Okay. Good to know. There's got to be some way of activating that, right? We got to keep a close eye out. I don't see anything just yet. Whoops. Have I ever skipped a strawberry? Not one that I've known about. If I know about it, I'm getting it. If I don't know about it, then I'm missing it, probably. It's a pretty easy rule to follow. I don't really find anything in this game too terribly over-challenging, which is really nice. It's all very doable. Let's see here. I'm trying to look around for any extra secrets. Yeah, I'm not seeing any way in here. Maybe I have to backtrack to it. This is definitely the sort of strawberry where I kind of get stumped. Here, let's try going this way and see if there's any, like, other secrets around here, maybe. So normally these are activated by buttons. So maybe there's a button I'm missing somewhere. That's kind of the one thought that I've got going on for that. Oops, I messed that up a little bit. This is a tricky one. Okay, let's try one of these. You know, it's funny. For a long time there, Maelstrom, I didn't really enjoy most of the roguelikes I played. Like, I'd watch Northern Lion, for example, play a roguelike, and I'd be like, oh, wow, that looks like a lot of fun. And then I'd, like, go to try it myself, and I'd play it for, you know, a couple hours, and then I'd beat it inevitably, and I'd be like, well, I get it. And then I just ended up not playing most of the most of the roguelikes I ever purchased for that reason. Because I'd just, like, get bored on them. Noita is definitely one of the few exceptions. Northern Lion makes anything look fun. He really does, doesn't he? He's quite special in that regard. Very, very good at entertaining. I definitely think a small part of that is him just inherently making games look a little more difficult than they normally are, too. But, you know, he's a banter engine. It makes sense. This is it. The home stretch. We're so close. We're going to make it. Yeah. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I was holding you back. I need to learn to trust you. It's not your fault. I tried to leave you behind. And honestly, I've been trying to leave you behind my entire life. I'm sorry. I wish I tried to understand you sooner. I was too proud or stubborn or something. We wasted so much time and energy. At least we're finally talking about it. Yeah. I'm glad the mountain brought you out. I think we can move past this. If we can climb this mountain together, we can do anything. What if we don't make it? I'd be okay with that. You would? Of course. I'm just glad we're trying. I really needed to do this. I'm finally starting to understand why. Let's finish it. All right. Here we go. 3,000 meters. That looks pretty cool. Oh, I'm dead. It's a super dumb death. Get the gist of, Streets of Rogue might be similar for you. I get lost in character creation. I love those systems and have positive negative traits. Allow you to min-max certain playstyles. That sort of thing can be really fun, Maelstrom. My like most fun part of games is like making cool builds, right? That is the thing that I enjoy in games, which is why I'm such a Dark Souls nerd and why Noita is like such a perfect appeal to me as well. I want to do like cool stuff here. But yeah, if there are like cool builds and stuff, then, you know, maybe I got to give it a more thorough look. Oh, look at that. Okay, so those are checkpoints. Oh, shit. This has felt more mountain climbing than everything else I've done so far. So I'm like super about this. This is really neat. I have another mountain climbing game that I actually got semi-recently for free off of Epic that I was thinking about maybe giving a try. And it's like a tile-based roguelike sort of thing. Some of you might already know about it. This place looks cool. Okay. Oh, look at that. I need to get all the gems to get this blue heart. I think that's what that means. Okay. You just bought Streets of Rogue? How expensive is it, Ephemeris? I've been really looking at Vangers recently. I've been wanting to play that one. You're curious about Insurmountable? That's the one. That is the one. $7 Australia, probably cheaper for you. Yeah, I don't know what that would look like in CAD, which is Canadian dollars. Okay. I feel like these clouds are trying to obscure the truth. Oh shit, I missed. Okay. I gotta think a little bit about this one. I'm dead. Okay. Australia tax, that's brutal. It's $5.69 Canadian, which is 75% off. Yeah, I think that if you guys would be interested in watching it, I think I could swing that. Okay. Let's do a little bit of this. Ooh. Whoa! Did you see that? I did a spike jump. That's awesome. I feel like the only reason I know about that is because somebody mentioned it briefly once in chat, but I did not think I would do it on purpose. How do you do that? That's amazing. Oh, what is that, Hexagonal Sun? You're making a bot of some sort? Let's do one of these. Whoops. Yes, that's pretty cool. What's it for? Let's do one of these. Okay, we've got ample. Well, we had ample. Oh, no. Damn it. You did a run-through last night on a dude who could use absolutely nothing but fists and healed purely from killing people. First time I've cleared the game with not a single person alive on every level. That sounds sick, Maelstrom. I love, like, hyper aggro lifesteal builds like that. They're always so fun. You just get rewarded for playing really well. And that's always a good thing. It's always a lovely thing in games. It's when it's like, oh yeah, you played really aggressive and you played well. Congrats. It's like butt spot, but it replaces any word with a noun or whatever it was. Interesting. Let's do one of these. Okay. That felt pretty good. We're doing it. I hope it's funny. I'm sure it will be. Okay, this is interesting. The heavy rain is slowing us down a bunch. Okay, I think I see what I have to do here. Gonna do a little bit of this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wham. There we go. That is pretty spooky, I must say. We're getting it. Dude, the heavy rain makes that real spooky. I love these little checkpoints. They're very satisfying. Oh, a little bit of a freebie there. Hexagonal Sun, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on into the Armada. All right, let's do one of these. Wow. Yeah. There we go. Yep. Yep. Okay. Beautiful. You found me from Darren. That's awesome. Yeah, Darren's a cool guy. What's he playing recently? I know he was grinding through Elden Ring, which is super awesome. I haven't seen him on Noita for a little while, though, which is where I originally met him. Yeah, I'm not up super late anymore around that time, so it's really tricky for me to make the streams, unfortunately. Look at that. We're actually starting to learn the spike jump timing. Dude, we might be able to start, like, repeatedly spike jumping if we get good. Is it something you can do more than once, or is it just, like, a one-time thing? I don't know if you can, like, multiple chain it. It doesn't look like you can. Maybe it's just one. Or maybe I just suck at the timing. That's really cool, though. If there's any Celeste gamers in chat who know the answer to that, feel free to let me know. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man. Where do I go from there? That's interesting. Okay, this kills the Strimbler. Oh, geez. Okay, I need to find some way to get back through there. Okay. Maybe a spike jump would be good there. Yeah, I'm gonna try for a spike jump. It might be a little bit of a cocky maneuver, but I think that we've landed enough of them randomly already where we should try to implement one into gameplay. That'd be cool. Okay, I think I see an even faster way of doing this. Yeah, okay. So there's an even better way of doing it. You can do one of these. Damn. Yeah, there we go. That makes way more sense. So we didn't even need to spike jump. We just used a more simple tech. It's pretty good. Okay. That's a little bit of a spicy one. Looks like I can just do this instead of doing the crazy shenanigans that I was trying to pull. Okay. That's going to be a tricky one to get to, for sure. There's no point in conserving dashes here, so we might as well just use them, I think. And I think I see a potential strat, yeah. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Can I go back down? Nope, that's a kill. That's how you die. Okay. Ooh. What mystery is held over here, I wonder? Oh. This is how I die. Check your Steam messages. What is this, Ephemeris? What is this? Oh my goodness. Ephemeris, thank you. Oh my god. That is incredibly kind of you. Ephemeris sent us Streets of Rogue. We will have to work that onto the docket in the very near future. Here it is. Oh, wait, wrong button. Which one? Display capture? No, not that one. Backup game capture. There we go. Look at that. Thank you, Ephemeris. I really appreciate that. Okay. One of these. And let me just click. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'll definitely have to give that a shot. Imagine climbing almost all the way up the mountain, but getting distracted by a strawberry and jumping off. That is me. Yeah, that is incredibly kind of you, Ephemeris. I really do appreciate that. Game donations are like equally as cool as monetary donations. Do one of these. Especially when it's something that people are interested in. Okay. Let's do one of these. Dang it. I fucked up. No rush. Hopefully during the stream I can catch. Indeed. Yeah, we'll probably make it for a Monday. As that is our standard variety day. Dang it. That's a really tricky one. Just don't gift anything to Dunk. He never plays them. I mean, it's tough. It's really tough to like find the time for all of them. I'm sure Dunk probably just gets a little overwhelmed. Not to mention, he's a one-game Andy. Like, he actually just wants to play one game for the rest of his life. And people definitely got to respect that. But that said, I love me some just dipping my toes and stuff. That's a good time. Seeing what there is to do in different games. You never know when you're gonna find your next soulmate game. Noita is Bay, indeed. It's interesting. Okay, do a little bit of this. Whoops, I'm dead. One game. Well, that's the correct use of the word Andy, isn't it, QZ? It's such a goofy thing that's kind of come back into like the modern vocabulary. Super Auto Noita becomes a thing he is lost forever. It's funny because there's definitely been like talks with people. Let's see. There's talks from people like considering creating such a thing. Very interesting. Coming from your speech. I don't have very often where I get to use the word Andy, so I'm gonna take the opportunity when I have it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, but clearly I'm doing this wrong. Let's try it different. I think I need to conserve one of our dashes. One game Andys are pretty rare. I would agree. Although I think you kind of have to be a one game Andy, at least for a while when you're first growing. I think that's a big part of like getting bigger as a streamer. I think you can do variety, but you gotta have like some crazy like dedication to pull it off. Like Hyper's a really good example of that. He's been doing like variety. Noita is just a game I can't seem to get bored with watching. I tend to get bored with most games after a few months. That's fair, Phoenix. I feel the same way. There's been times where I've like kind of felt burnt out on Noita, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go find a new game, and then I like go look for a new game, and I'm like, wait a second, I just want to play more Noita. What the fuck is this? Which is why I've been like so excited to have Infinite Sunrise like making mods for me and stuff, because it's really like amplified the experience again, and like water mode has been really fun, and Tanksy's mod has been like an absolute blast. There's so many really fun mods to play around with right now, and there's more on the horizon too if Infinite continues to work with me too, because I've got like a couple ideas on the docket. And I've got at least 2 events planned, actually. I'm not sure exactly when they're going to come into play, but it should be... I'm going to space them out by 2 weeks, and I'll be doing them on, like, Sundays, I think. I definitely want to try and, like, organize my stream to have more of a... like, an expected calendar, where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be doing this kind of cool thing. I mean, adds a lot to Noita's watchability, lookability. Definitely, Ephemeris. It's just a good sounding game. Game sound is definitely like one of the keys to making a good game, in my opinion. Scouring Steam for new interesting games. Didn't find anything. Okay, so were you into Rain World at all, Phoenix? Because that game is a bop. And the other one that I've been looking at that I want to get into, even though it's like a really old game, is Vangers, which is it came out around the same time as GTA, funny enough. Where am I supposed to go from here? I feel like I'm missing something. I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. I wonder if I can go up and above. It doesn't look like I can. I need to find a way to save a I need to find a way to save at least one thing. Liked watching it, but not your type of game. Understandable. Okay. I don't know what we need here, but hopefully we can find it. If anybody has any ideas on how to get the completion for this, I'd be game to hear people out. Because this is a nasty strawberry. I feel like there's a piece of knowledge that I don't have for this one. And I don't think I can spike jump off of these spikes because it's not... It says, try and avoid the spikes. When I successfully avoid the spikes, I fall to my death, though. Which is where I'm, like, getting a little lost. So, like, I successfully avoid the spikes, and then I'm dead. Maybe I have to drift all the way right. It's like you should be able to vault over the first hill without using a jump. It's like movies. You can have bad visuals and people will tolerate it. Have bad audio and people give up. That's for sure. That's one of the things that really upsets me about the crackling sound for Noita. Because, like, if there's one thing that, like, makes me not want to play that game, it is definitely that. I really hope the devs come and fix specifically that. They could fix literally nothing else, just ninja fix it. Don't tell anyone. That would make me incredibly happy. In fact, I don't know why they don't do specifically that. Like, just do secret updates. That's the strat, I think. Frick. Okay, well, let's try this drift right thing. Drifting right doesn't seem like it's gonna work. I also propose it can compile it in 64-bit. You make it sound like that is not a difficult task at all, Alteruko, which makes it seem very upsetting. Perhaps you can stall long enough for refresh. That's kind of what I was thinking too, Cyano, is like try to do a stall, an aerial stall. But I don't know if that's a doable thing either. I gotta try and get over this thing. Oh man, also, Alteruko, while I've got you here, I've been thinking about the game and where there have been struggles. And I was thinking maybe we should like limit down the body type a bunch. Because I've been looking at like a lot of other evolution games and all that sort of thing. And like our scope is so much larger than pretty much what everybody else is doing. I think we'd probably be able to get away with just doing like... We could simplify it down to just the creatures that look good on what we currently have. And like that would probably be enough for people. And I think we could easily expand potentially as well. But just like getting something into the hands of people to start creating, I think would be a really cool thing. Going back from NL from before, I thought Card Shark was a really cool, charming game. That is a game that I adored watching, but I would be terrified to play. So whenever I'm like given instructions in real life, I need to go over it like 10 or 20 times sometimes. Like whenever I've been like in a real life situation where it's like, do this thing, I'm like, I lost track of what you wanted me to do. You need to tell me literally everything again. And I feel really dumb whenever that happens, but like it happens to me all the time. I think that gets us playable faster, and like you said, we can expand. Yeah. And also I've got some ideas on how we can get the evolution stuff working. So I'll like shoot you a couple messages after stream today on like how I think we should progress. But yeah, there's definitely like a lot of ways we can kind of improve things. ADHD much? It's definitely a bit of that, for sure, Spooner Fork. You're not wrong. Or are you talking about me like jumping through like 3 different subjects in 2 seconds? Because yeah, that too. Definitely a little ADHD when it comes to that, I suppose. Okay, let's try one of these. Beautiful. No, focus. Oh, I got you. You've been focused on collision and AI. You're keen to get creatures battling each other, and you need to profile the creature limit. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you saw what I said, but I think the best strategy for that is we'll just have like a bunch of rooms that people can all fight in the same time. So there will be multiple simulations, but we will only have to pay attention to one of them at a time. And hopefully that will simplify things down for us. I'm hoping that'll work. I'm not sure if that's the perfect solution, but that's what I came up with. Okay. I feel like I missed some stuff on the left. Where? For anybody who's not sure what we're talking about, we're actually making a video game that basically hooks into the stream. And it's going to be like a cool extra thing. Makes sense. There are easy performance grabs, so I'll check for those as well. Cool. Yeah, but like even if we have like 40 to a room or something like that, that would work pretty well, I'm sure. Okay. I have to do one of these. I love how it makes like a weird chicken noise. I feel like we've been kind of cruising since that strawberry. I like this game because it's both really easy and like really challenging at the same time. Like you don't have to overthink it too much to have a good time. There we go. What do chickens sound like in can like that? Exactly like that. Oops, I messed that up. This is gonna be sick. Yeah, let's go. That's so cool. Like doorbells. No, there's like a little bark, 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 bark sound that it makes alongside the doorbell. Okay. Looking good. Oh, that is so overkill. I can't wait till that's like a dedicated mechanic. I gotta not use that for now, though. It's just gonna cause me more harm than good. This is very Mario-esque. I like it. Where? And a where? And a where? Nope, that's too much. Little too much sauce there. Anybody else have like a slight buffalo sauce addiction? I feel like that is the... Every time I think about that sauce, my mouth starts watering. It's kind of the best one. Maybe the best sauce that there is. Okay, there we go. There should be like a... Maybe we should do like a sauce tier list. Although I might be a little bit sauce ignorant. I don't know if I've had enough sauces to make like a good tier list. Also, I've definitely had like several sauces misused in my life before. Yeah, slight. A little bit of this. Oh no, we just missed. We just completely whiffed on that one. Where? Beautiful. Where do you place Vegemite? So like that's what I was talking about when it comes to sauce ignorance, is that I've never had Vegemite. That's a tough one for me. Where do you wait, have you tried bread sauce? What is bread sauce? Is that like bread that has been turned into a sauce? Is that like soaked logs? Logs soaked in logs? Bruh, this is spicy. Vegemite is very strong. Makes sense. That is not a good idea. I want to go all the way out and see if there's anything out there, though. Wet sandwiches. Gross. It's just fucking wet bread. Everybody's most hated. I don't think Vegemite is a sauce. If Vegemite is a sauce, does that make hummus a sauce? Because I wouldn't count hummus as a sauce. That's a spread. The spread is different. I wonder how they want me to do this. I think I got a diagonal there, maybe. I don't know if you can go through those things diagonally. I'll have to find out. Is ketchup a spread? No, ketchup is a sauce. I think it's like sandpaper grit levels. It depends on stuff like that. Most people don't even consider salsa a sauce, but it legally is. I feel like salsa is a sauce with, like, chunks. Salsa could almost be considered a soup, but then we're opening a whole new can of worms. Salsa literally means sauce. Nice. Well, now we are educated. Our non-Newtonian fluid sauce. What does chutney count as? I don't even know what that is. I cannot answer that one. Okay. Little greed. Look at that. Look at the movement. Only when you're not chewing. My new favorite sauce is toothpaste. Toothpaste is definitely in the same line as hummus. Right? What are the sixes coming out for? Oh, 6. I see. Everybody's saying 6 because we're at 6. Oh, God. I'm dead! I forgot how feathers work. Meow. Wait, what if there's secrets out in the freaking clouds? There's no way there's not secrets out in the clouds, right? Okay. That was not a good enough jump. You always have toothpaste with your teeth. With the teeth you have for dinner. Of course. It's just the classic combination. Why would you eat teeth without your toothpaste? It won't let me look down. What is this janky, crazy camera? Bruh. Okay. I don't like that this thing lets me go that long. There's the summit! It's right there! Curious how you died in the daily? There's a clip of it, Alteruco. It's a pretty funny clip, too. That is the flag. Celeste, prepare to die edition. Whoopsie. Bruh. Bruh. Okay. Let's do this thing. Oh, I'm dead. 4. Yeah, we are on 4. Wait, that was wrong. How'd we mess that one up? I don't know. I just went too fast. I must have skipped one. Whoops. Okay. We are almost to the top of the mountain. I done messed up. Sometimes you just want to dash, you know? Rude. Rude. I did some crazy bullshit there, not gonna lie. Oh my god. This is wild. Oh wow, thank you, Cyano. Frick. I'm dead. Okay. Wah, frick. Speaking of dashing... You know, never mind. That's not a good idea. I'm not even gonna get into that. I don't know why my brain is going to places like this while I'm playing this game. It just is. Okay, let's see here. Maybe we can make this happen. Whoops, I'm dead. Okay, one of these. I think it's just a hard game where you have to not think about the game specifically. That's when you get these really dumb thoughts popping into your brain. Well, now you have to say it. All right, fine. So I was thinking about double dash because you said dashing, right? And that made me think about like the Mario Brothers. Which Mario brother is the most handsome? Is it Wario, Waluigi, Luigi, Mario? It's hard to say. I think there's probably going to be some personal opinions coming in. Waluigi is the first one to get called out. Waluigi twice. Waluigi no contest. Waluigi confirmed most handsome. We might have to start a poll. Do we have any mods in the chat who can make a poll happen? I'm dead. Obviously Waluigi, they all rank last. Regular Luigi. You see, that was the one that I thought was like a... He's got like a classical handsomeness to him, right? I thought that would be a pretty safe bet overall. It'd be normal Luigi. Hang on, I better do a poll. Slash poll. Mario, Luigi, Wario, Waluigi, and we'll throw a wild card in there. Who is the most handsome? This is where our stream has gone. It's good. There you go. Weird Noita mod? Yeah, true. Waluigi has a killer mustache though. He's got a very chiseled face as well. I can't deny that. This poll is clearly far more important than the game. Of course. I'm dead again. It's all about them legs. He does have legs for days. Nobody would deny that. Okay. Let's see if we can continue to alive. I am already dead. Okay. We got this. This might be a bit of an awkward spot to go from. Okay, it was fine. This lets me reset. Oh my god. Oh, Toad with the pity votes. The Toad's gonna have exactly 1 vote. Clearly the genes running the Luigi family. They're all Marios though. Luigi's name is literally Mario Luigi. And then you got Mario, right? Whoops. Luigi's voice, the way he says yeah. That's what does it for you, Professor. It's crazy how much Luigi's voice has changed compared to Mario's voice, by the way. It's kind of crazy. He like has a super high-pitched voice at times, and other times he's got like a really low voice. He definitely has way more range. It's crazy to think there's one guy that's voiced all those characters this whole time. And eventually, like, slowly his voice has been changing. So, like, we are going to eventually end up with a very different sounding Mario and Luigi. Luigi is just a respectful way of saying Green Mario. Wow. Luigi is just kind of better than Mario in every way, though. Except that he's not the flagship character. Because he's taller, he's less fat, he jumps higher, he fights ghosts. He's just kind of better Mario. Mario is like genuinely a jerkbag multiple times, you know? It's one of those things. Yeah, Chris Pratt. That makes so much sense. Why wasn't Chris Pratt? He should be chosen. All right, we did it. And just in time to find out who is the most handsome, we managed to beat Celeste. The most handsome Mario brother is Waluigi with an astounding 63% of the votes. That's followed by Luigi with 4 votes, followed by Toad with 3 votes, and then Mario and Wario both with 0 votes. Imagine being uglier than Toad. That's a rip right there. That's something else. 3 whole pity votes. That's more than the other ones. TK says, I wish I was here to vote for Waluigi too. My goodness. We actually did it. I can't believe it. Wow. It's so beautiful. Look at how far we've come. I'm glad I got to see this before I really hope she just pushes me off the cliff. That would be really funny. Alright. When we leave the mountain, you won't be able to talk to me anymore. At least not like this. Yeah. I know that we need to go home eventually, but it'll be scary to lose this body. You'll still exist, though. You were part of me before we came here. Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna have to depend on you to listen to me. Even if I can't talk to you in person anymore. I just can't go back to how it was before the mountain. Don't worry. I can't go back to that either. I really want us to work together from now on. I believe you. But I'm still nervous. And that's why we're gonna spend some more time on the mountain, probably. So now what? Let's just enjoy this for a bit. Captain Toad has that Indiana Jones vibe. Ooh, so rugged. Achievement unlocked, Celeste. We have managed our very first clear of Celeste. Very nice. This was a very good time, and I'm excited to experience more of the hard mode. Time for G rank, yeah. Indeed. GG. Very pretty. It's funny how much this reminds me of Hat in Time. Game's whole message is beautiful, even if it is a bit cheesy, for sure. I've definitely been thinking a little bit more about self-reflection. Because you get so caught up in like everything in the world that's going on and like everything that you're trying to work on all at once, and you kind of forget to like think about yourself, you know? It's one of those things. And I definitely think that this game kind of encapsulates that as well, which is neat. Sometimes it's important to turn off all the noise and just let yourself think. Very nice platformer, indeed. I like their font too, by the way. That's a good font. They got some good, like, it's not drop shadow, it's just an outline, right? Is it drop shadow? No, that's just an outline, yeah. Cool tree. I don't know if I've been there. With that note, you're ending the stream. No, we're not ending the stream. We're gonna keep going. I got more to do. I got more to do today. Yesterday was my day to just hang out. Today, we're gaming. We're gaming hard. Game that definitely deserves its success, indeed. Oh, look at that. He's cleaning up. That's good. It's good to see. There's the bird. Wow. Ben Prunty did music on this. You can't keep getting away with this. Yeah, the music in this game is definitely like a top tier part of it, that's for sure. Been in therapy for 3 years, and I must say, it's been a journey. Highly recommend if you can afford. Teaches you a lot about yourself. Yeah, it's something that I've been in and out of my whole life, actually, Sume. Yeah, definitely had some pretty rough stuff happen growing up, but it's not something I've ever really been able to afford. But you know, I've got like some of the basic building blocks down in my brain to be able to work it out myself to some degree. Do you know how long the run took you? We'll be able to find out once the credits roll, or once they're done rolling, we'll have like the full information on their 7 fictional stakes. Let's see here. Look at that. The bird that started it all. And also our evil twin. This kind of makes me want to play Hat in Time as well. That game is also pretty sick. We gotta learn all the speedrun tech and stuff now. Oh yeah, I guess we should go talk to the old lady. Welcome back. Madeline, did you make it to the summit? Yeah, we did. It was incredible. Beautiful, isn't it? I didn't think it would be worth it, but it totally was. I should have given you my phone so you could have taken the ultimate selfie. Wow. Good evening, everyone. What are you doing here? A little bird told me there was to be a party. RSVP by bird, positively magical. But if I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Please stay, Mr. Oshiro. It's good to see you, too. You know, this is the first time I've seen you outside that hotel of yours, Oshiro. Glad you made it. Madeline here is baking us a pie with all the strawberries she's been collecting. What? No, my strawberry collection! Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Madeline. I haven't had strawberry pie since I was a kid. I could go for a strawberry pie. That sounds great. All right, chat. Quick poll. Which fruit have you most recently eaten? For me, it was kiwi. I had some this morning, and it was amazing. I do enjoy me some kiwi. It's like nice and sweet, these ones too, which is great. This is gonna be amazing. Don't get your hopes up. She's not much of a baker. Papaya, banana. Yep, banana's a classic. Apple, black, raspberry. That's a fancy one. There's some more raspberries. Lemon. That's an interesting one. Got some more apples. Might have to be more specific on the apples, to be honest. Gotta know the kind of apple. Pelgrin with the... Alrighty. I see how it is. The chaos breaks out. Tomato has been said. Apricot. Right off the vine. Nice. Celery. How is celery a fruit? I can see tomato being a fruit, but I can't see celery being a fruit. Yeah, like, what the hell is that? Best apple is the sweet 16. Interesting. Celery is crying right now. Vegetables are a great category to be a part of. There's no reason to like need to be a fruit. Tomato's technically a fruit. Yeah, I know. That's why I said it can get away with it by technicality. But I refuse to believe celery is a fruit. They were cherry tomatoes? Okay, yeah. Cherry tomatoes are basically a fruit. I gotta pet my cat. She's just chilling. Can I get the camera right so I can go pet her while I got her? I don't think I can. Alright. Just know that I'm petting the cat and she's enjoying it. Knowledge. Tomato is a fruit. Wisdom. Let's not put tomato in a fruit salad. Yeah. Celery is a black hole. Doesn't it make take more energy to digest than you get from it? There's something weird about it, right? Like it's not actually a good vegetable at all. Like it's kind of bad. Rabbits are the same way. But obviously rabbit and oh my god. Rabbit and celery are the same thing. Hazelnut? Ooh, that's a cool one, Cyano. You've got a dozen cherry tomato plants growing right now. Wish me luck. They just flowered. Cherry tomatoes are lovely. They're really good. I like them in salads. Very good in a salad. You also said I wasn't a mountain climber. True. I can't promise I'll live up to the hype, Theo. But I'll try. I tried my best. All right. So, how's it taste? Does the strawberry pie, is it better or worse based on how many strawberries you got? If you get 0 strawberries, you're like, wow, this is the worst strawberry pie of all time. I hope so. I hope that's what it is. It changes. Okay. I don't know how well we did. I feel like I got like maybe 50%, maybe 60 or 70. I'm impressed. This gives my baking a run for its money. You'll love the speedrun endings. Not bad. Holy crap! This is so tasty. Miss Madeline, are you available to cater a reopening banquet? Can I take a slice home for Alex? She'll die when she tastes this. Alright, well apparently I got a pretty good ending. There's the time right there. 7 hours, 42 minutes, 41 seconds. 884 milliseconds. We had 1451 deaths and 130 out of 175 strawberries acquired. That's pretty good. For my first playthrough, I am quite pleased with that. And we can go and try to find all the other stuff. We kind of schmooved. That's a 74%. That's some quick maths right there. No, it's possible to put too many strawberries in a pie. This might be too many strawberries, to be honest. Oh my goodness. Beginner numbers, not even 10k deaths. I mean, wouldn't beginner numbers be more deaths, not less deaths? You think that it's over now? Cute? Okay, alright, fine. Tried growing them upside down, hydro setup. Make it boonta. Oh yeah, that's a thing, isn't it? You can like grow certain things upside down. Now remove the disc, flip it over, and start the second game. Yeah, that's what we're planning on. 5k deaths are from Farewell Chapter alone. Oh shit! What is this? Be funny if it actually was actually more deaths. Made the pie better. Tomatoes are considered vegetables by nutritionists, but fruits to botanists. That's a good way of thinking about it, Wolfie. I wonder stats spend on... Wait. Wonder the stats on the speedrun 10k minimum deaths. What? Is that a thing? It's like Noita. You've completed the tutorial. Good. Climb. Okay, so this was the summit, and then this is the next chapter. Okay, here we go. About 1 death every 20 seconds. About a year later, we're coming back. Okay. Alrighty. Hey there, kiddo. Nice to see you again. Here's the cave I told you about on the phone. Follow me. I'm not going in there. I guess I'm going in there. There's some wicked benefits to doing them upside down. You can just reservoir water them without touching the floor. Less chance of bugs laying eggs in the soil because it's mostly covered. Interesting. Oh, damn. Sick car. Can I destroy the car before I leave? It'd be pretty funny. This is the start of Noita, basically. I want to do the thing from the fighting games where you break the car. Doesn't appear to let me, though. Okay. Let's see what we can do. If there's any shenanigans around here. Doesn't appear so. Okay. Don't know where the old lady went. Why did I not do the thing? What the? I keep... Oh! You can't refresh your jumps on that. Okay. I get... What? What? Interesting. There's something about this place that doesn't allow you to refresh your jumps. That's gonna get nasty. What is this place? This passage leads to the center of the mountain. You said you wanted to come back and explore deeper. It doesn't get any deeper than this. Be careful, though. When you get this close to the heart of the mountain, its power will start affecting you differently. I already noticed some of that. Good luck in there. Okay. Interesting. What are these? Ah! I need 2 more blue hearts before I can go this way. That door up ahead won't budge. Is there another way in? I'm afraid not, dear. You think the mountain is gonna start going easy on you now? I guess it doesn't think you're ready yet. Okay, Celeste Mountain might be weird and magical, but now you're telling me it can think too? It doesn't think like you or me. It's like how a river thinks to flow to the sea. You can make it sound crazy if you want. I know better than to doubt you. How do I convince it I'm ready? Heck, if I know, I'd retrace my steps and pay attention. Celeste Mountain must have more to teach you. Okay. I already remember one of the locations, so we can go back and grab that one right away. I don't know how to get out of the stage, though. So we'll see if maybe we can drive the car. That does not appear to be an option. Do we, like, quit out of the map? Is that how we do it? No jump refresh in this gimmick in this one? Interesting. You just refresh? Okay. Alright. Save and quit, maybe? We gotta find more blue hearts. That's what we gotta do. How do I return? Oh, return to map. Yes. Yes, it's 4 a.m. I should sleep, have fun, have a good one, boss. I'll catch you later. Okay. I know we need to go here. And should I B-side the... Can I get the same thing in B-side, or does it only spawn in the main side? Does anybody know? What's your favorite chapter? It's a good question. I don't know. They're all pretty fun. B-sides get the hearts too. Every B-side gives you a heart. Is it different from the A-side hearts? I liked the boss battle with myself. That was a fun one. The reward for completing B-side is a heart. Okay. They're separate. Okay. I'm gonna run through and grab the basic heart through here. And then we'll go from there. So hopefully I jumped in early or late enough to go and grab the thing. So can I like grab the heart and then like return the map? I don't know if that works. We'll have to find out. So I know where the heart is here. I just failed to do the order right previously. Yes, okay. Thank you. Also, how are you doing, Jope? It's been a little while. It's been a little while. What have you been up to? Okay. Same with Straubs. Okay, so I can just, like, jump in, grab them, jump out sort of thing. Okay. He is confused and lost. Vacation. Nice. Where did you go? Or where are you currently? Okay. Alrighty. So I'm gonna get a visual on the heart, and then I'm gonna figure out how to get there really quick. So I think I see the location for it. And just away from high school. Gotcha. Okay, we don't... Is there any way to skip cutscene? There we go. Okay, so we got this spot here, which has the heart in it. And we got to get rid of the purple for that one. I wonder how tricky that is. Whoops. 6 months and you'll be done with it. Are you looking forward to being done, or are you do you prefer it? Because for me, I remember when I was in high school, I actually was kind of really anxiety heavy about getting out of high school, because it was like real easy for me and things made sense. And I had like a lot of friends that I enjoyed hanging out with too. Let me do one of these. You're going to college. Nice. Cool mix of art styles in this game. Definitely Maelstrom. It's a really pretty game. Oh, shoot. Missed a strawberry here. I didn't even see it initially. This time, I will not do that. Oh, right. It's this one. Yeah, I don't remember how to get this one. I can't dive through, clearly. Does anybody know how to get into this strawberry? At this point, I'm totally game for all sorts of spoilers, by the way. It's like that. Okay, I see. I see. It flies out through there. Makes sense. We did it! Okay. Gotta make sure we avoid this thing. We've got a little path to the side there. I feel a lot more confident sneaking through a lot of these areas now, which is nice. Oops. Despite that confidence, it doesn't stop me from messing up, though, apparently. Still not playing. God diggity doodle. Okay, this time. This time for sure. I didn't look. I glanced. I glanced at the chat. That's my bad. Okay. Good. Easy peasy. There we go. Do I have to go back the same way, I wonder? Looks like I cannot go back the same way. Okay. What's this? Oh yeah, this is the old paper. Alrighty. This is where you get to play the Pico 8 game, right? That doesn't seem to take me anywhere. I feel like I missed something. So I guess I've cleaned that up. You're on the right track? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm a little worried I'm gonna mess this up again. Because it feels very possible to mess up twice. Okay. Yeah, there should be some sort of situation over here that I can work with. I'm hoping. And hopefully I didn't miss it. Yeah, so there's the heart right there. And I don't see any good way to get to it currently. But maybe we'll wrap around to something. Why is that strawberry a weird color, I wonder? Because I've already gotten it, maybe? Yeah, please do. That's totally fine, Joe. I see that there's that path from below. Maybe you did mess it up. Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. Kind of what I was almost expecting myself to do. Okay. There we go. My goodness. Maybe going a little too fast for my own good. Definitely going a little too fast for my own good. Where? Go back to the towel thing. It's one water hole you should go in. Don't know if it's the tower slime or water slime after stream after. So you're saying that I've already missed it? Is that what you're suggesting? I done messed up that one pretty bad. Yeah. Okay, so we should reset this chapter then. Okay. Let's restart chapter. This is way too far back. Let's just return the map and send it to the right location. Okay. Huge mess. All right. This time for sure. Hopefully. So is it that I did the order wrong or that I just completely missed the thing? Because I'm not sure which one it was. Can't really tell just yet. You missed it. Okay. The order was right. Okay. That's what I thought. That's kind of what I was hoping. I'm still trying to get better at, like, actually moving fast in this game. My burst movement is good, but I still have, like, a lot to work on. Okay, so this is the correct way. Okay, let's skip the cutscene. So there's a water stream that I need to go up through. I thought this is the spot that I need to go through. Isn't this the location I need to go? Up through there is definitely where the heart is. So how do I get back to this room? That's what I'm wondering. Do I, like, do a different order, maybe? I'm not sure. I guess we can just go through again. But I'm not super confident that we are doing this in the right order. I feel like I need to clean one location first. But maybe there's a backtrack. It is, but you can't go back after releasing the towels. You will get a path to a path, and it will make you follow the path backwards to this room. Okay. Well, you tell me where to go, and I'll just go there. We already got that one, so that's not a big deal. Here's some water things. It's neither of those. There's a secret path in the button room. Okay. I will look around in the button room then. Hopefully I'll be able to track it down. That's not a thing. Yeah, finding all the secret paths in this game are pretty brutal. Let alone the parkour on its own. Okay, there we go. I think I see it now. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Do I want to hit this or no? Understandable. Okay, so that should clear up the path. Gotcha. And now we've got to backtrack. Beautiful. I think we got this. Yep, there we go. The fast one is the one that always gets me here. Okay, we'll just wait it out for a moment. There we go. I had it and I just jumped a little too low. There we go. Whoops. I messed that up again. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So we should be able to get the blue heart from here now. That was some crazy bouncing there. Scattered and lost. Alrighty. So let's return to the map. Returning to the map will save your progress, but you must restart at the last checkpoint. That's fine. Okay. Heart get. For the cost of a couple extra deaths. Okay. So, is there anything that we missed down here? It doesn't show you where the hearts are, seemingly. Okay, I got a heart there. Got a heart here. Got a heart here. So we've got 3 hearts. Okay. That place, the Mirror Temple, looks like we've full cleared it. Some hard Celeste mods like using the hearts as a bouncing parkour tool. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it seems like it definitely has some crazy stuff going on with it. Okay, so there's nothing in reflection, really. Thanks. Yeah, no sign of Heart and Summit. Epilogue. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, this is just for more pie, I see. We don't need more pie. That's funny. Okay, let's go to a B-side. We're gonna do... Does this have a B-side? No. Does this have a B-side? No. How about this one? Also no. Temple B-side? That sounds terrifying. Let's do this B-side. Alrighty. This time, it'll be different. Ooh, look at this. I'm gonna try and do like a funny spike jump off of this, maybe. Whoops. This soundtrack definitely goes in. Damn. I tried to do the spike jump. I really want to get the spike jumping down. I don't know if I'm gonna have it in me though. Okay. That is brutal, I must say. Yeah, I think I see what we're doing here. They want me to do a little bit of this action. That is some shenanigans, holy moly. Okay. Let's try again. Oh my god. This is gonna be mean. B-side is worse than Temple because the black and red thingies. Right. Okay. It's okay. We're just starting. Just getting the hang of it. I really want to do spike jump. If I could get a spike jump off of one of these, that would be sick. Whoops, I just kind of failed there. Can you spike wall jump, I wonder? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Try this again. Okay, that makes that way easier. I'm gonna do it that way. That'll make it significantly more simplistic. I don't know why I thought I could do that without that. That definitely didn't work at all. Okay. Damn. Okay, so I gotta do another wall climb there. I messed that up. I forgot a step. It's important to get onto that other side. You need every little bit of distance here. There we go. Got him. Got him! Oh, whoopsie. That was not what I intended. Do we have anything up here? No. Okay. Alrighty. The fact that that's just like the entryway into this is pretty fricked up. I'm kind of spooked. This is gonna be so nasty. Holy moly. Oh my god. This is insane. Losing one of the double jumps after having it for so long feels pretty weird too, I must say. That's gonna make this significantly harder to get used to. Okay. Damn it. Timing training indeed. Okay. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by the same thing. This time, we got it. Maybe not. Maybe we don't got it. I do have like a little bit more time to stand on those things than I maybe originally gave credit. They're pretty nice about like a couple of things going on here. Yeah, I've got an idea for a bit of a skip. That's probably gonna work. Yeah, that's definitely gonna work. Is that gonna save us time, though? Yes. Yes, it will. I wonder if we can make it without using our jump. The speedrunner is being born. Have you played Hempuli's It's a Me? It's a short 30 to 1 hour platformer with a music control gimmick. I have not. What's it about, Cyano? Yeah, I haven't played any of their other games yet. I'm thinking I might do like an appreciation day for the Nala devs, where I just do like all of their games, or like a bunch of their games, because like obviously I don't think most of their games can be experienced in a single day, and you're not gonna get everything you want out of it. So maybe I'll have to do like a month of it or something. It might be a little bit of a commitment, but I think it would be pretty cool. There's a lot of their games that I do want to play. Damn. We just barely beefed that one. It's quite the control scheme, huh? Alright. I'm always a little bit iffy on games where it's just like, hey, you want to have fun? How about you learn how to use these dumb controls first? It's one of those things where it's pretty tricky for me to be sold on. Jump King, I quit very early on. Same thing with Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It. And after that, I just haven't bothered with any more of those games, because the fun part of them is like, I don't know if there is a fun part of them. I think it's just supposed to be the dopamine derived from succeeding, but that's not really why I play games to some degree. That's not the sole reason I play games, at least. Short doesn't overstay its welcome. Okay. Gonna require an airplane control to play, of course. Who doesn't have their flight stick ready at all times? Never know when you're gonna need that. That reminds me, when I was younger, I used to play Hawks. H-A-W-X. I got it out of like a cereal box. That was like the first computer game that I actually owned. That game was actually kind of sick. You could do some really dumb shit in it. It was really fun. But that's like maybe one of the only flying games I've ever played, which is kind of funny. Although I guess I played flying-like games. Like I played a bit of Aquanox, which is kind of like another 3D environment sort of fighter like that. And I guess Rebel Galaxy kind of, although that's more of like an RPG trading game. I'm not sure how many people here have played that, but that's a pretty fun game. I kind of wish I could get a little bit more into it. Oh, I'm dead. I play War Thunder, they call me insane. Who are they? War Thunder is one of those free ones, right? That gets all the crazy commercialization. I don't get how those free games can get like so much attention that way. It's kind of weird. People in general, I see. I mean, as long as you're enjoying a game, that's all that really matters. Oh my god. We did it! The grind takes 6 months. Oh, that's kind of brutal. Oh, frick. Okay. Damn. I wonder if that can be a thing. War Thunder has 100k online people average, so it isn't small, but the grind is what gets it. I see. I don't think that's gonna work. I gotta be more patient than that. Frick. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is try to get like one of those jumps. Oh, I'm dead. I messed that up. I wonder if there's any crazy angle that you can do on this one to sneak around. This definitely feels like a more honest room than a lot of them. Just gonna keep doing this jump to think. I think I could sneak away or get away with that maybe. Let's give that a shot. Okay. Do a little refresh. Okay, well now I have to do it the hard way. Damn. I messed up. This is definitely not as hard of a room. But I need to make sure I save that initial jump. I miss my extra dash a lot. I miss it all the time. Okay. There we go. I might be able to get an extra dash out on that thing. That could potentially be good. I don't think it's worth it. Oh my god, I was touching! It was so sad. I like how it's one game that says how many matches are happening. That's pretty neat. Okay. There we go. This time for sure. That was the opposite of what I was supposed to do. What I was supposed to do is not get hit. This is definitely very Super Meat Boy reminiscent for me. I think I do want that angle. Maybe not. I thought I could be really clever with that. But maybe not. Okay. Let's just do it right. Damn. Okay, I think I see what I have to do. It's just gonna be a little bit awkward. Damn. I just went like a little too fast there. Damn, I need to land that jump right in there. Otherwise, that's not gonna work. I'm starting to feel like some actual movement going on though, which is good. Oh my god! All right, I'm feeling it a little bit. That was kind of sick. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that again, but you know. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with my brain and my fingers that caused such terrible decision making? I did a wall hyper. Nice. Guess I'm just gonna die because I keep eating the double jump. Pretty sure you learned it in Summit. I know. I've learned it pretty early on. People told me how to do that one. That said, I didn't think to use it in that situation. That just isn't gonna get me in there. Bruh, what do I do? Okay. I think the wall hyper might actually be good here. Frick, I just missed it. It's nice how it kind of pushes you past the walls. Okay, I have to wall grab there. Damn. Damn. I mean, I'm happy to, like, learn and know tech, Jope. I don't have any problem with that. I think it just adds to the experience of these games to have that knowledge. There we go. We got it. Alrighty. This looks pretty nasty. This looks very mean. Oh, I see. Not that kind of spoiled. I got you. Okay. Ow. I don't know what happened there, but my brain just kind of stopped working and I died to death. It was very unfortunate. Freck. Freck. Okay. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm dead. Okay. Definitely need to think about this last part of the room. Frick. Okay, at some point I do have to just do some wall grabs, I think. Damn, I was just too low on that one. Okay. Did the wrong kind of wall grab. I wonder if there's some sort of... There's got to be some, like, rhythmic tricks to this, right? Oh my god. That was terrifying. They just shoved me right in. Oh my god. Okay. I can't even... My brain can't even begin to comprehend what I'm seeing. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand a thing or two. Some of these rooms are so brutal. Holy shit. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get this whole thing done today. We'll see. I have nowhere to stand. I have to get back to that thing. Okay. So we burnt a double jump when I needed it. Damn it. Okay. Oh my god. No! That's so rude. I wonder if I would have been fine to just, like, free fall it. Whoops. That was a diagonal when it wasn't intended to be one. Dude, this room is so intimidating, but it's not that bad. Okay. Nice. Yeah, that room was definitely the scariest looking room that wasn't actually that bad. This looks like a freebie. If I do it right. Okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna do a little skipperino. That's not gonna work, actually. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. This room is so fun. I'm assuming that was regarding the last room, Joe. I suck at timing puzzles. Ow. I am dead. Yeah, I figured. I figured. Okay. Ow. What's going on down lower, I wonder? Best room in the game. Wow, that's saying something. I don't see any standable location here. I see like some wall jump potential for some of this. Need to figure out where to utilize that. Okay, I think I see it now. That's gonna be real tricky. I gotta try and save wherever I can. Damn, 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 damn. Okay. I definitely kind of see the order we gotta do things in. I'm surprised I can't jump onto that little ledge there on the left. It's weird. Damn. Okay, we just gotta go fast, I think. That's probably gonna be the strat. Okay, I need to commit to that jump more. You realized you have 666 souls? Wowee. Bad joke. Okay. Fixed. One way to do it. Okay. I keep whiffing this one. I think we'll just do this one more room, and then we'll call it for today. I've got like a very slight headache today, and I don't want to aggravate it for tomorrow, seeing as how we're going to be doing the cool event thing. Okay. Whoops. Alrighty. Where? And then I failed that again. I keep grabbing at the wrong spots. Damn it, I had it, man. We're so close. We are so close to having this one. Where? The greed. The greed was so real. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with my current setup. It's a little bit jank. Okay. Wow, that hit me somehow? I thought I was going to be high up enough for that, but apparently not. Okay, nice. Whew. All right, let's try to back-to-back, I guess, and then we'll call it one way or another. That doesn't count. That totally doesn't count. Why would I count that? Okay, I see. This seems like a hard room to do blind. Okay. Dang it, I'm gonna keep messing this one up, aren't I? It seems likely. There's no way that doesn't end up turning into a hyper if I do it right. There we go. Okay. And then from there, I'm not really sure what we do. Okay. Nice. Alrighty. Oh, snap. Trevor with the Call of the Void. Goddamn. Trevor been spending whole lots of time lurking. Very much appreciated, Trevor. I hope you're doing well. The barbecue. Get ready for something cool. Oh, I'm ready. Let's hear it. What do we got? I'm dead. That's dumb. Okay. I just completely whiffed that entirely.
Thank you.
Oh. Well, thank you for the 27 friggin' months there, Trevor. I appreciate that. And all the time that you've spent here. I hope I have provided some decent entertainment for you. And, yeah, I'll catch you. I'll catch you soon. All right, let's do one of these. This time for sure, right? Nope, I'm dead. I think this might be the stopping room. Because like I said, I don't want my headache to get too much worse. Okay, well, let's just do one more, because we're kind of just crushing it, I guess. Okay, we're actually, like, so good at this game. It's insane. Never mind, I'm garbage. I don't know what I'm saying. What am I doing? Okay. No. I keep doing this one more level thing. I gotta stop. I've had a lovely stream today. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Doing some Noita and some Celeste. Tomorrow we'll be doing some Noita, and some Have a Nice Death, which is a sponsored game that we're gonna be doing. It's gonna be like a little 2-hour segment. And yeah, hopefully people show up for that and take a look. It'd be pretty cool of you. Because yeah, it'll mean maybe more opportunities for more cool games in the future. And also, you know, getting paid in that way, it's very easy for me to like put that money toward the stream. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet, but maybe I'll order like a DDR mat or something, and then we can do like a really funny challenge run on Noita. Or maybe an eye tracker. That would be really cool too. Could consider one or the other, maybe. But yeah, that's the game plan for tomorrow. And yeah, I don't really have too much else to say other than thank you all for being here for today. Thank everybody who is lurking right now. I appreciate you very much. Everybody who hung out. Huge appreciate. And yeah, today was lovely. Appreciate the support. Let's track someone down to raid and keep the good times rolling. Who do we have online today? We've got Casey's playing some Noita. We got Ember Knights by Hyper. Lucy's just chatting. Jesse's playing Going Under. That's pretty neat. I think I'm gonna send you guys over to... Oh man, Bronkley's on too. Look at that. Vinny's playing Cyberpunk. Oh my god. I haven't had a chance to raid Vinny yet. Let's raid Vinny. One of these. But yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. Once again, sorry if I was like a little bit low energy or out of it. I gotta get back into the swing of things. It's one of those things. But yeah, we'll be doing more Noita. I'm gonna beat the goddamn Leviathan in the ocean run. That's so much what I want. I really lost the wind out of my sails the other day when we ended up just losing the run to like lag. It was very unfortunate. But we'll go ahead and update that mod and then we'll be crushing it, I'm sure. Thank you, Zytio, for being here this whole time. Holy moly, I really appreciate that. I'm sure it will. I just need to take some time to, like, sit back, relax, probably get some food, that sort of thing. But yeah, have a good one, everybody. Please go make some noise for Vinny. He's an awesome guy. I'll catch you all later.